morning. Yes, good morning everyone. Mwalete bahandu. Mwebale kwiza. Nywesenya mbitinisa byenyu. Ngenda kubani mbarabira mwona program yetu nkawugigia kulibata. I am going to take you through the program and I'll be the MC of the day. Okay? Ngenda kuvuga lugungu, nimpindula hendula. Aruru nyanoki. Okay? Jadit, chair. Aruru nyanoki. Lugungu le. Okay, Kyakubanza, the first thing on our agenda, we shall be doing the registration and a bit of networking, which you have been doing. And I'm sure whoever is seated here, you've already registered your names. Those that have not, please, we are registering at the entrance, the other side. Then after that, we shall be going in for tea and coffee. So we shall have our 2 serving points. Tugenda kunywa chai. Tuina hatu bagya kusavingira bikaro bibire. Halona hadi hakubanza no kuingira. Kasina hanze hadi. So ogenda nofuna kikopo kyamu kya chai na bya kunyweraho noli batampula noira mukatebekamu alekesa heine tube tutandikire mukoro gwetu. Tuli hamwe. Yes, you're going to go. We have 2 serving points. One is there at the entrance. Another one is just right outside there behind. So you'll go, get a cup of tea, then come back, take your seats, and then we shall start up our program. After that, we shall have a safety moment that will be given to us by our manager. Then after that, we shall have host opening remarks. After that, we shall have a presentation from Total Energies, then a presentation from POW, remarks from the guest of honor, presentation from McDermott, then a presentation from Sinopec. So that's the first session. Let me just inform you about the first session. I'll give you more details to do with our second session when we return. So before we go in for our cup of tea, allow me invite, I think Reverend, Pastor Andrea, to give us a word of prayer. Where?
Okay, may we rise for the prayer? In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, bless us, O Lord, and these gifts that we are about to receive from your generosity through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you for that wonderful prayer. So nkweniza tuli batempla bakwata side gyakonu bagenda hadi nofuna kopo kyamu kya kunywa noira mukatebe kamu aleke tutandike. Thank you. We are moving out to have a cup of tea or coffee. Please feel free to join this queue or the other side. Thank you so much.
You're in the mix with DJ Rectangle, the brightest.
Richard Plus. African beauty.
DJ Rick, the baddest.
Paradise. Beating my soul. Everywhere I want to You are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You take me where I've never been. You make my heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. You are my African queen, the girl of my dreams. You remind me of a thing, and that is the African beauty.
Now hear this.
Now hear this.
You're in the mix with DJ Rectangle. DJ Rectangle, the baddest.
Advertise in a Richard Plus.
You're in the mix with DJ Rectangle, DJ Rectangle, the brightest.
SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies, managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Power, one of India's top private sector power producers. SR Ports, India's second largest private port operator. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in project execution. Metals and Mining, world-class proven reserves in North America and Indonesia. SR Shipping and Oilfield Services, among India's leading private sector shipping companies. AGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses. We are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the nation building. SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Power, one of India's top private sector power producers. SR Ports, India's second largest private port operator. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in project execution. Metals and Mining, world-class proven reserves in North America and Indonesia. SR Shipping and Oilfield Services, among India's leading private sector shipping companies. AGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the nation-building journey.
Yes. Mwebale yonna kunywa chai. mwebale yona mu breakfast kantekereze mmere kumaliriza. Am I audible enough? Do you all get me? At the back? Everything is okay? Thank you. Yes, I didn't introduce myself. Sorry. My name is Ahebwa Nancy. I work as a community liaison officer for McDermott. I am a born of this place. I'm a Mgungu by tribe and a proud one. You're most welcome. Feel free to interact, okay? Mbanya kibiro. Hala atanzegiri. Mubale ba kuno. Nyasa munzegiri tukwako. Nyonye bazeire, nyonye betu, nyonye ba mama. So mukunyetegereza korongi. Kikwira oha agenda, tujja kuba na safety moment, national content and responsibility manager wa McDermott yo yagenda kuturabira mwona kandi gyanimba ninja kumuhindura. You're most welcome, Barbara.
Mwalete.
Good morning.
You're all most welcome to the Q3 supplier engagement for McDermott, Sinopec and ESA.
Abatangiriri hoi mwebale kwiza hawagu mukoro gwa kiro kya deru gwa McDermott na Sinopec hamwe na ESA.
Okay, the safety moment is going to be very brief. Today there is no drill. By drill I mean an alarm is not going to come off. But if it comes off, know that there is a safety issue and you all need to assemble outside that entrance.
Akobiri hagia kwa kubahona kuta ude undiki kintu kindi kiensenya gia kubarabira mwona bintu bya kwerinda betu gia kabagiriri nkakade kakabakaliri twina hatwemera hanza awo twense tuli batawuli bati kwiruka kwahi ntwemera hanza awo mulaini.
For those who need to access the toilets or places of convenience, please note that they're on our right there. For the ladies, it is right there, and for the gentlemen, it's just right in front of the reception.
Akobiri bantu bakwendya kwegabikaro hatweyambira halona side haha habakali bagenda kasinyuma waho hadi baduluho mwiza koresya.
Okay. And if you need anything else, our lovely hosts that are HB, they're all wearing their uniforms, so please feel free to go directly to them. Where is an HB staff? That gentleman right there is HB. So if you see anyone dressed like that, please approach them and they'll be able to help you if you need anything.
Wakabano na kagizo kiense undiki buyambi bundi mwense bokwetaaga tuna bantu betu batutangirire haha ba HB bajweri njwara gigyo ajweri gisianu na kairaguru kwa kiendi undiki bajweri bisianu mube free mwegwe mutatiniri mubawulie kintu kiense kimukwendya.
Okay. So we're going to start this engagement, and the topic for the day is employment opportunities and contracts for the success of the Tilenga workforce. And the main areas that we're going to be talking about today as a contractor, as the employment agencies, as well as the rest of our speakers, the focus will be on understanding the employment opportunities that fall under skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled categories.
Akobiri nsonga gikiri kutuleta hadero bikwatagana na bya milimo mulingo tugaba mona milimo mulingo bantu bafuna milimo bantu batuyamba hona mu nsonga za ulikiro tubatola munywe mu byaru byenyu bacyama ntwicere tukoragananga nanyo mukiyegiri bantu bakora milimo mimba training ro nakatwa nkaba byarani ondikiba abamezi babode twiza kubawera mulingo tubafuna mona kasina tuwe bantu basomira ona bakafuna mpapura zikwawo kana bense bagya kwibabazona kyo kyonsonga getuladero.
You will also be able to understand the contract types, the types of contracts that are there on the project, what payments, the deductions that we take off people's salaries, the benefits, and demobilization.
Kintu kindi agya kubaza kubya katukobe mulingo bakwa mulimo hati zompapura. Zompapura ziba mwona bintu biwafuna mwona biba mwona mulingo guwa sasulwa bakabamba na kwemererya mulimo mulingo guba kusobora mwona ekandi wabodoserere kukutesya mulingo bakumanyisya mwona nti ngo tudosenerye kukutesula ondiki contract ogibagi malikiri.
Last but not least, you also get an understanding of the labor laws, dispute resolution, human rights when it comes to compliance and meeting all the legal considerations.
yakoba kindi kitugya kubaza ona mulingo muntu mukori bana kumurabya mwona ondiki mateeka ga mukori kaobana kumukwata mwona byensanya tugya ku bantu bibalabira mwona dero.
The reason you're all here is because each and every one of you are key stakeholders in supporting employment and recruitment on this project. So we need you to try, listen, ask as many questions as you can, because we know when you go back to the communities, when the workers go back to the communities, they usually come and engage you, and it's important that you understand all these policies and procedures so that you can help support the project.
Akobiri buli muntu ali aha kiro kya dero muri bantu bahandu hoyi kandi batukwetagisa kona ntingo tukora emilimo myetu nka kampani so kyo kuwana bakwendya mwetegerye kurungi aleke uli kiba kusobora kiro kya dero mukitwale kurungi kandi nywede musobore bantu bamu byaro byenyu aleke haka bampalona kagizo kyense kikwenda kuulya otatina ulya aleke wetegereze ogendo manyise bantu bakukyaro.
Thank you once again. We hope you enjoy the sessions. And like I've said, feel free to ask any questions. In the afternoon, we'll have a Q&A session that's going to last about an hour. So if you're listening to a presentation and something is not clear, write it down in the book so that when it comes to the afternoon session for Q&A, you can fire away all the questions you have.
Akobiri mwebale hoi kandi mwebale kwiza. Akobiri twakaba mwinsi hawo twiza kuba muwire wakuulya bikagizo so abano na kikagizo kiensenya bantu bakwiza kubaza bakwawo kana abano na kikagizo utabula wantebe zenyu kwisansana yati katabu kali yati otakatina bambi kali kamu na peni degilo so bikula ohandike kikagizo kyamu aleke mwisi hawo wire wabikagizo bya kababudori obuli bikagizo byamu bakwe answers ensenya mwebale hoye.
Thank you.
Abasimi.
Mwebale hoye.
Manager barabiri yogo yo manager antwala bera baba kwa metu ba LOC yogo yo mukama wange yo yamperi mulimo musima hoyi so bakor korongi mwebale kutampa ampukara yamperi mulimo beto tanange subagu kwa kwae kadosomiri. Okay, our next on agenda is presentation from Total. Anyone? As we wait, DJ.
You're in the mix with DJ Rectangle. DJ Rectangle, the baddest.
Okay, we are going to have a presentation from Total Energies.
Hello, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
All right. Unfortunately, I'm not able to share my screen, but I will talk quickly. So, Mwalete, good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. My name is Rosette Komjisha. I serve as the National Content Lead for Total Energies EP Uganda and the Tilenga project. It's a pleasure to be with you remotely. I must apologize from ourselves that we were not able to make it for this supplier workshop because we had some parallel engagements that we couldn't get ourselves away from. But I really applaud McDermott, Sinopec, and ESSA for holding this supplier workshop and holding it in Bulisa, where our project is happening. Thank you so much for the organization. I thank you as well for the theme under which this workshop is being held. It's very relevant because where we are now in the project, as many of you are aware, the Tilenga project commenced its activities in 2021 in the second quarter. So we are now 2 years down the road, and there's been a lot of achievements in national content, but there have also been a lot of areas of progress, areas of improvement. So in today's discussion, I think those two aspects will be showcased to each and every one of you. And our hope is that we all leave this place knowledgeable about what we need to improve and committed to continuing the good practices that we have in place. Maybe just a reminder, the Tilenga project, of course, is committed to achieving national content. Our ambition is to maximize national content. We want to make sure that as many Ugandans are employed and that they are trained, skilled to be able to perform their jobs while in employment, and that they're in meaningful work that adds value to their lives and to our society. We also aim to make sure that we maximize the goods and services that we are purchasing within Uganda, those which are locally obtainable, but also bringing on board as much as possible those which can be introduced into our economy. And then finally, where we have gaps, where we know that we are learning because the sector is growing in Uganda, we aim to build capacity. We want to transfer, or we are transferring knowledge and skills and technology, and the beneficiaries of capacity building are Ugandan citizens, as well as Ugandan companies when it comes to the subcontracting. So with this ambition, and as I said earlier, 2 years down the road, we've made significant progress. As many of you may be aware, or if you're not, we have targets for our Tilenga project on national content for each of these, what we call national content pillars. Allow me to update you, ladies and gentlemen, that as at the middle of this year, as at the end of Q2, we had reached a peak employment of 8,443 Ugandans, who composed of over 92% of all the staff. So what it means is, because we do need external expertise from individuals, we do have experts on the project, but these are only 8%. The remaining 92% are all Ugandans. And this includes employees of ourselves, Total Energies, but also our contractors, our strategic contractors like McDermott, Sinopec, ESSA, as well as other contractors and key subcontractors. Of these employees, we are very happy that we see a good, an involvement of women, because 17% are female and the remaining 83 are male. And we hope that over time, this can improve to have more female involvement in our project. Also, of these 8,000 Ugandans, 3,700 are from the host districts, which are Bulisa, mostly, followed by Noya, Pakwach, Hoima, Masindi, and Chikube. Of course, we want to see more people from the host communities employed. So this is an area that, an area of improvement which we need to continue working on. When it comes to the use of local goods and services, as at the end of the Q2 of this year, 2 years into the project, we have awarded contracts worth over $600 million. Okay, to be precise, $642 million to both Ugandan companies and non-Ugandan companies, but this is the value of the local goods and services, those that are being obtained within our country, $642 million. We hope to continue growing this because our target up to first oil was set at 722 million, but we know that we will also exceed this if we continue in the same spirit. And finally, on the third pillar, which is technology transfer, over $6 million has been spent by ourselves and our contractors on different initiatives. I know that in Bulisa, we have, for example, the PPE fabrication project, which McDermott has set up. In Noya, we have the welder training workshop and program, which Sinopec is running, and SI is also bringing on board more capacity building initiatives. So let's continue in that same spirit. So for me, as I conclude, I want to emphasize the fact that yes, we've made progress over the 2 years. Our performance against our targets is good because everything is increasing over time. But we've also observed that there are areas of progress. So as Barbara said earlier, it's very important that on the aspect of employment, we make sure that people understand what jobs are there. They understand the recruitment processes for the different levels of recruitment, but also that the recruitments themselves are fair, they are transparent, and ultimately, when people have jobs, are they being given meaningful work? Are they well remunerated in line with the human rights requirements as well as the laws? Are they well treated at work? Because that also impacts production. The Tilenga project has to deliver technically, has to deliver on time, within cost, but that also is dependent on the workforce. We need a workforce which is happy to come to work. So it's very important that the areas of progress or of improvement in this aspect are really attended to. When it comes to contracting, we can be honest that there are concerns out there around people having proper contracts or terms of contracts being unfair or even not respected. People not being paid on time, which is impeding them from doing work. So we need to address these issues. I must say that as the Tilenga project, we are committed to working together because we cannot achieve tangible or practical national content if we are not working together. The IOCs ourselves, our main contractors, the subcontractors, the employees, the local government, the central government. It's a circle of collaboration which we need to continue. So let's work together, let's dialogue, let's exchange, let's learn from each other. But ultimately, let's also be able to appreciate where we have gaps and address them. I thank you all for listening to me. I hope I've been audible on your side. I will be listening into the session and definitely taking note of any areas that we need to take note of. And if you have any questions for us, the McDermott team will be able to channel them to us and we will be available to respond to you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful and successful session.
Yes, thank you so very much. That was a representative from Total. In summary, kamba zalwa kwangu tukoko achekubaza lujongo ati kamberiremu mubihi asimiri hoi McDermott Sinopec hamwe na ESA hawa mulimo gurungi gutukora yakoba titusobora kumala hona undiki nka project tusagenda meiso tutafuniri bakori bakuruga mu Uganda kandi nka project tukori kyamani hoi kuona ntingo bantu banene bafuniri milimo kandi bakuruga mu Uganda undiki mu byaro bitukuruga muona yakoba kindi kya kabiri hatuina bihuru byetu nka kampuni mu nyumba betu yakoba tugya koragana hamwe kandi twongere koragana hamwe kuona ntingo byo biyina undiki bihuru tubijeri yabaza hakintu kya project na training zitukori McDermott twina but cheri batakiegiri tu training iri bana abantu bali kwa bana bantu munanka mukusunga byarani hati na hawe yache twabahagana bagenda meiso banyakuraba muona mbali begire kurungi kusunga byarani bakwatagana hamwe na ba partners betu bakubeta ba SF Field bali muulisi awo halona hub ya kusunga ovoro zizi tujwara aleke kuona ntingo bode bafuniri kibakola kyani kyaba bese ona na families zao yako babya kusasula bakori akiegiri wira undi tubasasura kwa imuire bacyamani zinsonga mwiziri muzegwa tugenda kikorona ba subcontractors betu bakora buli kikusoboka kuona ntingo basatwiri bakori bawo mubwire yasima nyonse hawakwiza kandi yakoba mugende meso nagwo mutima gwakoreraganira hamwe tusakumala hona tutakwatiri hamwe na nywe ba stakeholders bakwawukana undiki bahandu bakwawukana mwebale hoyi na hawe yatyo on our next agenda we are going to get remarks from McDermott tugenda kwegwa kuruga hali McDermott. Brian, you're welcome.
Good morning, everyone.
Mwale tenywe senya.
I think let me speak and then you translate at the end.
Okay.
Mwalete u ai mabere e unu nenchalu madungo chaido ngomarach. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Mwevale kwiza wafoyo binu. We thank you for gracing us with your presence today. I am called Brian Kwaun. I'm the National Content Lead for McDermott Uganda, and I'll take you through the McDermott presentation. So the first slide is basically shows you this is the McDermott presence all over the world. We have over 32,000 employees worldwide. We have presence in about 54 countries and 5 continents. Next. And as McDermott, we are committed to national content in Uganda. So this shows our commitments in the various disciplines of labor, training, capacity building, goods and services, which is basically procurements. And the last is capacity building. Next slide. This slide shows our workforce. As McDermott, we are tier 1 contractors with Total Energies, and we work with various subcontractors who are specialists in the various fields of work they do. And here you can see cumulatively we've employed about 3,375 people. So McDermott and Sinopec are the direct contractors, and up there you can see then we have about 589 people together employed under McDermott and Sinopec consortium. And then below these are our subcontractors that do the various scopes of work. We have KBJV that is doing camp construction. We have a medical services provider. I saw Julia somewhere providing for us security under KK Security, and works closely with the DPC. Thank you for your presence, sir. So this shows the numbers of people that we have currently working on the project. Next. And here, as McDermott and Sinope Consortium, we made commitments in terms of national content. We committed that there are certain minimum numbers of man hours that Ugandans are going to work on the project. By working on the project, they get to be part of the project. They get to gain experience on the project, because this is one of our first, it's the first of its kind project in Uganda. It's the first time we are really getting this deep into oil exploration and filtration. So these are the man hours. So far you can see we've jointly done about 36% of the man hours committed. And overall, if you're to look at the Ugandans and the experts of the project, and vis-a-vis the man hours we want to do on this project, we just at 24%. So there's still a lot of work to be done. And what does this translate into? It means there are more people to be employed on this project. There's a lot of work still yet to be done on this project. And we're just at about 24% of that. Next slide. So of course, when you have all this workforce on site, you have to do training. We have to provide training for the people to get better at what they are doing. And that way they're able to deliver this work as best as possible. So here you can see that is our H3SE manager, Mr. Ken Findley, handing out certificates to participants, people who have completed some training. And below here, these are some of the people on site. Everyone on site has to undergo training. Be it an induction, because first of all, you need to know the ways of work on site. We need to know how to work safely on site. You need to know, if you're a mason, let's say, you need to know how to work under excavations. You need to know how to work at height. So these are all trainings that have been conducted, and so far we've just done 33% of our commitment. So we still have a lot more trainings that we're going to conduct to everyone on site as we mobilize. Next slide. And of course, like I mentioned before, McDermott does its work hand in hand with subcontractors. This is a list of the various subcontractors that we have here, who will also be mobilizing people onto this site. And for those, the subcontractors who have come, we are very grateful that you've come to be part of this. I can just highlight a few. We have one of our newest subcontractors is Excel Terrain Joint Venture. They are going to do general civil works. We have Motor Angel already that are doing civil works on site, the ground clearing and all that. We have KBJV that is doing the camp construction. We have Sol Rohi JV that are doing the fuel storage. We have our big partner, ESA Infrastructure. These are one of our biggest subcontractors as well that are going to do the SME. That is structural, mechanical, and piping. Very soon you'll see very big pipes and containers up there. That is going to be the work of ESA. And we grateful that they are here. They'll also present you the opportunities that they have. Next slide. So under technology transfer, as McDermott, we are committed to share technology. We appreciate this is the first project of its kind, and we need the people in the communities around us to also benefit from this. So how do we do that? This is by sharing knowledge and transferring technology to the people who are outside, who are not necessarily employed, and some of these information we share with them may help them get also opportunities on this project. As an example, we have online trainings that are being done by our suppliers. The suppliers who are going to give us some of these various equipment and machines that are going to be set up here. So they are training people on how to handle these machines. At the time these machines and equipment is brought on site, someone who has trained, who has undergone this training, will know how to operate it, and he'll be successful in an interview, and he'll be able to get a job on the oil and gas project. We have quarterly supplier workshops, and this is one of our obligations that we are doing now. Then we also have graduate trainees. We have about 4 graduate trainees in various departments. One was under national content, immigration, finance. This gives a chance to those people to get hands-on experience so that when they present their CV for another opportunity, someone can see that they actually have experience, they've gained some experience. And then we also have some graduate trainees that we sent out of Uganda. They went to Italy, to Baker Hughes, and they gained that experience. I'm glad to report that one of them has been absorbed by McDermott. The other two are still being considered for employment with Total Energies and any other company that will see that they have the requisite skills, and I'm confident that they'll get employed. Then we've done skilling of Ugandans. Under skilling of Ugandans, yes, that's the online trainings, but also another piece that is close to home, to Bulisa, under the 6 priority districts. We trained 200 tailors. We upskilled, we got tailors with basic skills and upskilled them on how to use industrial machines. Yeah, so there are 200 of them, and they've all completed the training successfully. Some of them are based here in Bulisa. I hope you've seen that facility near the district offices. They just about 2 weeks back, they completed one of their first assignments, which was to make 200 PPEs for one of our subcontractors called Coronation. Now, these are people who had just completed training, and now they are going on to start earning from the training, and which is a good thing. Next, as McDermott, we've placed an order for 1,400 pieces of PPE that is going to be manufactured here in Bulisa, around here. And that is good because that the training they get, the experience they get is transferable. They'll be able to make for you Christmas suits. We have Christmas coming around the corner. So you can go and place your order, go and get fitted out, and you get your Sunday best for Christmas in time. Yeah. And on top of that, we are donating to them this equipment that they used. Yeah. We are donating equipment to Chirama Vocational Institute. We've already donated to an MSME in Pakwach. We are donating in Noya and even in Hoima at St. Simon's. All this equipment is there for them to have access to. When they get an order, they can go and use that. And this is our way of giving back to community. Again, we've trained 1,500 farmers in modern agricultural methods through our implementing partner called Pure Agro Uganda. They trained them. They've taught them how to make their own fertilizer. They've taught them modern agricultural methods. And it doesn't end there. We engaged our subcontractor called GCC that is doing camp management and maintenance. We've engaged them and introduced them to these farmers so that they can be off-takers. Yeah? The camp we have is going to have 4,000 people. All these people have to feed. That food has to come from somewhere. But first, we want the food to come from Bulisa and then the other 6 priority districts. So that is another initiative we're doing. But on top of that, we've also trained our government officials, like officials of UNOC, and these are courses that will help them be able to do their jobs better. Next slide, please. Yeah, these are some pictures. This was when the State Minister of Mineral Development, Honorable Peter Lokeris, came to the agricultural bazaar. This was a graduation ceremony for farmers. I believe some people in the audience attended this function as well, and along with the executive director for PAU. And you can see all of these were grown by the farmers here in Bulisa. So you can see the potential that we have. Next slide. These are graduation ceremonies. This was at Hoima, and then up there, this was at Noya. Then here on the right, this is one of the pieces of equipment that we've donated. This is, you can see it's already making the Tilenga logo, and it's showing the commitment, our commitment to Tilenga and to making PPE and all whatever is needed on this project. Next slide. So, in line with the theme, which is on employment, we thought it important to know the employment status and contracts that we give as McDermott. We have written contracts, first and foremost. So every employee of McDermott has to have a contract. And then, so these are open-ended, they're fixed term and hybrid contracts. I'll maybe speak a bit on the hybrid contract. A hybrid contract is where at the start you have a probation period, but then it is also tagged to your scope of work on the project. As an example, let's say McDermott's scope of work, let's say, is about 3 years on the project. So that means once you're confirmed as permanent staff, your contract is tagged to the 3 years that McDermott is going to work. Then after that, hopefully you've done a good job, another company will scoop you up. Yeah. So then we have period contracts, we have probations, and these all have to show the place of employment, good remuneration, leave status, medical benefits, notice periods, and terminations. Yeah, all these are terms that are included in these contracts. Then there's a rotational roster, and this varies from company to company. Yeah, but whatever rotation you select has to be in line with the Employment Act of Uganda and other laws that govern employment. We have, of course, their terms. We have a team that works in Kampala. They have a different schedule from those that work on site. We have competitive salaries. We pay NSSF. Yeah, we are compliant to paying NSSF and any other statutory deductions like local service tax, because we know this comes back to the districts that we are working in to support you to also be able to implement your programs. We have social welfare, like medical insurance. We have standard meals. Everybody, for example, who is in the camp, they all eat the same meals. Whether you came from the community, whether you're from where, it's the same standard meals across. For this next slide, please allow me to introduce the expert in this, who is the McDermott Human Rights Lead, my colleague called Elizabeth Amongi.
Thank you, Brian. Good morning, everybody. Mwalete. Uniai maber. Eyo. Yeah, Brian has mentioned my name. Elizabeth is my name. I am a lawyer by profession. So on this project, I'm the human rights lead. Yes, it's very important and key to McDermott that all workers' rights are observed in accordance with the laws of Uganda as well as international laws of the global international laws. So as McDermott, we implement the Bill of Rights, the International Bill of Rights, alongside the Constitution. All these have been embodied and accommodated within our Constitution. We also have the Employment Act of Uganda, which we implement, and we make sure we cascade it down to all our subcontractors. It's very important to know that there are also other general policies within McDermott, things to do with the employee handbook. We have the Code of Business Conduct, and also the Human Rights and Social Responsibility policies, among other policies which we implement on the project. We are very, very specific, and as McDermott, we do not encourage what we call forced labor on the project. So we are very, very keen on that, and we make sure none of that happens, no violations of a kind occur within our subcontractors as well. So we check on that as well. Thank you. So on the project, we conduct what we call human rights audits. Yes, we do it internally. We have internal audits. And client, who is Total, also does an external audit. In cases like that, we share our findings and make sure that we resolve any flagged areas. We also have, I think I'd mentioned that earlier. Yes, on the project, we encourage and support different HR persons. We, as McDermott, we have our HR also, who once in a while comes in and implementing employee workers' rights. They make sure they engage workers on a one-on-one. The HR as well has the key role for the HR is basically to make sure the employer-employee relations are in order and in accordance with the Employment Act of Uganda. Next slide, please. Yes. The McDermott Social Responsibility and Human Rights Management System is in line with the global standards for worker welfare. That is very key to us. So as McDermott, all that we do is in sync and aligns with the international global standards. McDermott is a member of the IPICA. We are registered, and we again, we implement the UN guidelines and the UNHCR on the United Declarations on Human Rights on our project. And we cascade it down again to all our subcontractors and suppliers. Next slide, please. Yes, so we have grievances and concerns which are worker related. Some might be community related, but specifically to workers as McDermott staff, we have the internal grievance procedure. As we can see, that's just points on how. It's a procedure on how we implement how we handle the grievance procedure. So in the initial stages, it's important for a worker to report any concern that they have. We register the concern. The case is assigned for investigation. If it requires security or HSC, we'll assign it to the respective departments and they will help us with the investigation. Assessments are done, and of course solutions or resolutions are issued, and disciplinary measures are also implied. Some of these are already captured within our LMP, which is also something that we implement as McDermott. Next slide, please. Yes, the image here is of the slide is of the different modes through which we receive concerns on the project. On a very particular note, I wish to appreciate the community leadership and stakeholders, because you have continued to support the project through sharing these concerns. I really appreciate you. Let us continue doing that. So yes, we receive concerns in various modes, as we can see from that list, through the McDermott toll-free number, through stakeholder engagements. Thank you. Through stakeholder engagement, through focus group discussions. We have one-on-one interactions as the social team of McDermott. We interact with our workers on a daily basis. So they feel free to approach us and they will report these concerns to us. We have received some concerns through client as well. So yes, there are various modes through which we receive these concerns. What happens when we receive a concern? Yes, what does McDermott do when we receive a concern through these different channels? We have to receive, on the Tilenga project, McDermott implements the two different procedures. The first one is the client grievance procedure, which we implement when we are applying to the community concerns specifically. So we will receive a concern through those different channels, and then we will record it. Yes, we will acknowledge it, record it in a log, a concerns log. We will monitor it. We will investigate. Investigation entails meeting the different parties who might be involved, any witness, and also go as far as inspecting documents for evidence that will assist in handling the concern. Then we will, we register it in the log, we'll investigate it, and then we'll come back and meet the parties, which we usually do before the different LC1 persons. We do that, we have a closeout form, formalities are followed, and the concern is closed. Where it is not closed out, we share it, we escalate it to client. Then we have the McDermott internal grievance management procedure. That one is specific to site staff. Again, I said this earlier, the HR handles the workforce at the Kampala site. While site, we will receive concerns through the different, from the social team, we'll escalate it to McDermott management. Hearing is given. Proper hearing is given in accordance with the Employment Act of Uganda. A worker is then given a chance to speak. Necessary disciplinary measures are then taken, such as a verbal warning, a first warning, where necessary, a second warning, and finally, a dismissal may occur when found necessary. Next slide, please. Yes. So, on the slide is what exactly we do as MacDermott in implementing human rights on the project. Yes, we ensure that all our workers' living conditions are good. We will inspect the accommodation to ensure that it is in accordance with the human rights guidelines. We need workers to have a safe working environment. That means we will check time and again, carry out social site inspections, human rights inspections, and we'll make sure their workstations are in order. They have the necessary PPE, which is in accordance with the the Employment Act as well. Then key is we ensure that there's freedom from child labor. I highlight that again. And we strongly discourage human workers trafficking, trafficking and having forced labor on the project. So in implementing that, we will time and again, we'll write to our subcontractors. We come and actually inspect these documents. It goes as far as issuing questionnaires. We will investigate, and we will also have a look at the workers' IDs. Every worker is supposed to have the original documents with them. So to our subcontractors present, kindly note that and ensure that there's no forced labor on the project. Yeah, as I wind up, MacDermott is very much committed in ensuring stakeholder compliance with all the labor laws, all international labor laws, and in accordance with the human rights guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I think that was very elaborate. Next slide, please. Yes, this is just an example of MacDermott's compliance to NSSF paying and all statutory deductions. Please, next slide. You'll see that we are also committed to paying local service tax, which we know comes back to the districts in which we're operating. Yeah, we have to work together and support you as you support us. Next slide. As MacDermott, we are as well committed to corporate social responsibility. And this is something that we also pass on to the subcontractors we work with. These are images of our stakeholder engagements in the community. And yeah, you can see we need to work together because, for example, when we come to get the unskilled workers, we know that we've approached the various LCs that were here. And we thank you for the cooperation and the support you give us. Yeah. Next slide. Still, this is part of the CSR initiatives. Like I said, we work with our subcontractors. We make sure they also do something for the community. So here are some of the examples, like KBJV did a water tap. I don't know, for those who know the KBJV supply base there, there's a water tap for safe and clean water that anyone from the community around there is allowed to access as a CSR initiative. GCC has repaired 4 boreholes in the community here because we appreciate that water is a basic right and it's a basic need. So and we know the challenges of water in this community. So it is a very good example of a CSR initiative. KBJV again has conducted COVID-19 screening and vaccination. I remember the time we couldn't congregate like this. We were not allowed to. But KBJV reached out and did some screening and vaccination so that people could actually get some protection against that scourge. GCC conducted menstrual health and hygiene education for 340 schoolgirls. CivTech and Mantrack have donated mosquito nets to the hospitals. You know, we have mothers giving birth, but they are instead getting malaria. So how else to support them? By donating mosquito nets and even basins for the mothers in the various hospitals. Mantrack also did the same. They provided mosquito nets for mothers. Then road safety, very important for our kids. We have schools. We have a Kisomeri primary school just here. Yeah, it's very important that these kids get road safety awareness so that they know what to do before crossing the road. Look left, right, and left again before crossing. But on our side as MacDermott, we make sure that we drive within the project specified speed limits. That is 40. And in fact, anyone from the community, if you see any car going past 40 kilometers per hour, please raise that concern to us and we shall address it. Financial literacy, very important. This project has a timeline. So it is important that all our brothers and sisters who get employed on this project know that there's a timeline. And they have to learn how to plan for their money, how to be able to apportion some to support their families, and also to use some to, do their investments and, and support themselves when the project is long and gone. Next slide, please. Yes, this just is to show our partners that McDermott interfaces with as we work on the project. District leaders, very important, and we thank you for the support. Local community and the local leaders, we thank you. PAU, our regulator, the client Total Energies, and then in line with labor supplying agencies, because these give us the manpower and they also conduct trainings. I believe that's the end. Thank you very much. Afoyo, uncheke. Mwebale hoi.
Thank you very much, Brian and Liz. I'm going to summarize. Ngenda kuraba mbihi babaziri bigambo benene. Kirongi bakwegwa lujongu mu byegwiri. Kandi abiremo n'abatakwe batasobora kwegwa lujongu. For those that joined in later after we had mentioned the places of convenience, we have the ladies just right there, and then the gents. You'll ask the ladies or anyone from HB for the side of the male. Montakwende agenda kenyuma, yeah? Habe yambira. Bakyara hawo mei, so then badulubeza kubamba agenda kudika nyuma. Tulamwe. Kandi batanze giri muri mwezire bit late. Mabara naira kabanza tahebwa Nancy. Nikora na kitongole kya McDermott nka CLO. Ndiki community liaison officer. So, brand abaziri bintu binene bikwatagana mulingo tufuna mu bakori, mulingo tusasula bakori, bikyani bitulina kukora, bikyani bitutayina akora, birungi kyani bitukoleri bantu mu community. Yabaza kihando hoyi tukwatageni hoyi hamwe na ba LOC bambyaro bikwawukana kiramana otubatufuniri mwona nsonga maybe total gitumanyisirye halo kizibu kiti na kiti ondiki halo omuntu yabaziri ati nati birabiri mu total ntukubayo na hali ba LOC wa kasinyiyo gwatu yambiri hoyi kanda abayo nsonga zinene hoyo gira kone ati tukutiri chairman tuyambe twira ati nati so kirungi hoyi mukoleri hamwe natwe mutuyamba hona azo nsonga kikwategena milimo tukwendya bakori kurugambya rubyenyu muri bantu barungi hoyi ntwiza mu mobilizinga meeting zigenda meso kurungi mutwaga naba bantu yabaza ha company ondiki bantu banyakusoma batwasomesere nka McDermott bafuna chance ya kwega byarani na dero bana milimo companies kwa kana zigenda nganzi ba milimo katukobenka kusunga already basungiri uniform bikome bibiri bazitwagana bagana gyo company already McDermott de gyabaheri contract kuona ntingo batusungiri uniform 10 nagane zoze nsenya detu zilindiri so meaning baba ali mu genda meso mbakola kyani mbatukora kurungi kindi kya kabiri zo machine zibakoresya uba mari kuzisomera kuzikoresya mbakusoma za sigeri na district zikwawukana twina machines zitwaheri Bulisa twina machines zigena kubabulisya Kirama Vocational Institute yakabagi malikiri hata ati bana haba zibikiri ndandemi primary twina zindi hoima ha St Peters hali yona machine zindi twina machine zindi hanya noya kikumanisa kandi baba training iri baba funiri nkamulimo hello company gikwendya uniform ndiki baba zira suit wakubanolawo kitenge kyamu wakigure biro tona yakikusungira otamala sente genda hoima ndiki Kampala basungi baladi gendo bolokya musono gwo kwendya aleke bakusungire mutarabe barabyo sente mubahagire tuli hamwe contracts buli mukori nagya nindi mutwensenya twina contract busawo muntu kubaga na mulimo undikasemerere kuba ku mulimo ataina kipapura kigumola nti ngo mulimo yagufuniri ondikigwayo akuba kyo kimanyisa nti ogya kufuna mulimo guti waba n'okwemuka kuhumula biro biti tuwe ba Macdamot hamwe na ba subcontractors betu tukora weeks 8 ntuli mu camp ntwemukira weekends ebere so bye byensenya biba mu gyo contract betu alona bintu bindi bituganyirwa mona katukobeyo akabana nka noli mukori ofuna insurance card gyo card giba kwagana alekewa kabogende kwirwaro okusasula kwa exam cash okuhayona card nomiga kinkumu hakantu kakwaka mbatolona zao niwe mukakwa mugi bya bakori Macdamot kurugira kimwe hali total bakoba nti ngo oli mukori anakulala kurungi kandi adye kurungi kyokyo brand abawere nti ngo twe bakori betu twense tudya bidyo byo bimwe kandi kulala tunakumakinga sure aleri afuniri byakweweka kurungi room twina GCC gyo company gikoraga nabya kutulingira mu byandya nakuona nti ngo hatulala hali hasyanu kandi hayonjo mbatwalira bitabu mbatunabirya nangoye gyo GCC madam abazira ha bintu bya human rights buli omwe kutwe ana ugabe wamwe so tunakuona nti ngo buli mukora ali ku project ana ugabe wamwe nkamukori aleke tuba kwahi na kukoresya abana bataka dori undike bataka dosere myaka 18 kinene hoyi kiliki amani hoyi mwana takaberi kuiza kora keke wana na mu byaro bachamani mwiza kutujulira nti ntuko bantu kukoma karuru twendya hoyi muntu atwegene ndanga muntu gyamwe aleke twege myaka myamwe ndanga muntu kibaki handu gyo requirement gya kubanza atana ndanga muntu oraba kwa imukaruru hawa kyani tukwendya ndanga muntu aleke gituyambe hona buso sente ziba kwagana ziba kusasula nziraba mu ngalo buli sente giraba account kukungula account mu banka zikwokana bakwendya ndanga muntu gilo original atali kipapura ndanga muntu gyange gyahiriri mu nyumba ndanga muntu gyange gyagwiri nindi ku boda byo byensenyo bisoboranira na polisi mbakufunira ndanga muntu giyaka bahandu balaha tukubesengere eri abaira babantu batalinda twize mu kyaro kukomesya karuru aleke batunyumire stories za ndanga muntu kihandu hoyi muntu atati tutakaberi kwiza mu byaro bikwawukana mubawere buli omwafu nendanga muntu kintu kihandu hoyi ataina ndanga muntu mulimo gwayi mu makuta bairaba mubamanyisye nkawo mukusobora bahandu bamakanisa information mugidosererie bantu bagena bako babanzi mulimo baswiri kuntwala onandanga muntu bamala wire kunyumya story kuta makadi mporota mukarukege nakasimba line gyanira akafuna ndanga muntu so kyo kihandu hoyi bantu bateke mani kuona tingo banandanga muntu kandi wakabogi funiri ogibike kurungi olekota olibatenge na photocopy ndanga muntu original teka hadde akuba kuferwa kalimo hawandanga muntu kyo kili kihandu hoyi baira bobo tumwa mu budoserere bakukyaro kindi kya kabiri nseri zikwawukana aho kitwalinge kukoma mu byaro bindi GCC gikwendya muntu ana kadi gya covid muntu orabiraona betona kwa kadi gya covid hawa kyani GCC gikwendya kadi gya covid nti gigenda ogenda kwichala mu kampu so kyo kihandu hoyi obena kadi halo bataina certificate betumba ina kadi bahandu bali mu office zikwawukana tugendirikya nti ngo bantu bandi bana kadi zimbura stamp muntu ana kadi gya covid gitaina stamp bera bawedde mulimo gulugwaye kadi wakabano na kadi gya covid gina koba ngino stamp hawa ko baba gezi banene bazya begiri kuzifunda ku street so kumanyisa nti ngo biri at least wa doriona hana kuba hona stamp tuli hamwe nseri awo kinka mucheri kubanyumira twalingi hantu ntukukoma betu bambi hawa bizumbu tuwekizombo tukifao hoyi na muntu wasilimu tabugyaye akuba tukebera kwa musaye nseri ziba kugana mu kampu ndiki kukora zili nseri ziraba muntu uyo mu matwentwe na just kusigagana mubiri hata kuza kweza gante ngo kizombo muntu ovoro zetu GCC gina machine bakumba uniform zense ndiki ngo ezense mbaguma machine wakabano na kizombo bairaba kiza kwata muntu wonde excuse me so kyokyo batakwendya muntu wa bizumbu baira babantu basuute emibiri halo bisaka bikwawukana aleke bawone nseeri nkazizo. Forced labor twina zero tolerance kukolesya abantu na force undiki bataka edoori kila maani baana mwana ali mu isomero mulimo gubagwaye asoma amale aiza kufuna chance kibaki handu hoi muntu neiza naladoserye myaka 18 bachairman tuba baziro hona mwebale hoi utubatu ziri mu byaru byenyu mutuyamba hoi kuona ntingo tukomiri karuru kandi kaberi karonge companies zikwawukana ziyambiro hona kuona ntingo zikora ibintu bikwawukana mu byaru byenyu. KBJV gina tapu hadi GCC gyakanikira byoma mu byaru bikwawukana Mantrack gyatuheri net Civtech gyatuheri net gyatuha utebe gyatuagana tent so companies esenya zikwatiri hamwe kuona ntingo ziyambiri. SRJV gyatuheri reusable pads pad tuwendi bana banene hoi bawohala bahulu balekera okusoma hawakyane tibaina mulingo gubeyamba mwona badori muwire wao wansonga zyo so twakwatira hamwe na company subcontractor wetu gubeta SRJV hamwe na GCC kuona ntingo bana bawohala basigeri mu isomero so baba hagana reusable pads. Halo company gyetu gimwe gyagene mu byaru bikwawukana gyasomesya abantu ba boda na masomero gakwawukana mulingo gwa kwerinda mwana ku rugudo baira babuli muzaira alaha bana muberinde mwana buli bure mwake kare kila mani bali muzingudo za mani zili bize hoi bali hei na camp bana mubatwale mubaherekere ku isomero mwana kutiga no kuurutya no muleka mwana muto yatenkerembe mbwagenda isomero kikubaki bibi hoi kukwiriria mwana nalakadukiri hawakyani wa boda ya mutomeri motoka gya mutomeri brand abazira akintu ntuwakawona motoka gya makuta ngikwirukira speed ginene otumanyisye baiza kubamanyisya baiza kutumanyisya betu yodi muntu akubakwiri kyo kikumanyisya kyani tuwerinde tulinde bana betu kya banki kusoboka mwana no kusako muherekera isomero werekere sya ulo omanzo dossier mwana kasoko webake bairaba nabana nabantu bandi bense mukyaro mubamanyisye aleke bege kwerinda ku rugudo tula hamwe nkweniza byo bibabaziro hona babaza ku mulingo tugonjora mwana nsonga grievances twina mulingo tuzikora mwana zamba kori mukora kaleta nsonga gyamwe twetegeriambe ntwegagi kwata kyani yakaba musara yakaba contract ntudwererera bakama bamwe ntubamanyisya gyo nsonga mbatumanyisya nkawo bigenda ntwirira muntu a complaining aleke gyo nsonga de ntugimala gyakabangiri gya community tukwataga mna hamwe na ba LOC batuyambiri hoi kuona ntingo nsonga zabakori baruga mu community undiki nsonga zili mu community kuona ntingo tuzigonjo iri tuli hamwe nkweniza byo mubihi mwebale kwetegerya na hawe yatyo munzikirize nyete Mr. Matongo kuruga musinopek mwebale hoi.
The Deputy RDC, Bulisa, the DPC, Bulisa, religious leaders from Bulisa, I've seen you, all the political and technical leaders of this district. Very soon we are going to be joined by the team from Noya in Pakwach. They have delayed a bit because of the distance is too great from Anaka to here. But very soon, in 5 minutes, they are going to join us. My name is Geoffrey Matongo Biauka. I am a Mogongo from here. Mwana wako wa Mugi. I work for Sinopec as social and national content officer. I've been in Supplier now close to 2 years in the Tilenga project. Before I start my presentation, allow me to recognize our partner, Macdamot. Barbara, thank you so much. We work with you closely, and you've been very supportive with your team. And also other contractors and subcontractors, and not forgetting our main client, Total. Do we have power also? Not yet. Before I start my presentation, I want to introduce the team I've moved with. We've come as a team, though others have not yet arrived from Noya, from Tangi, but I have a team that I've moved with that is here with us. Sinopec team, if first raise up. Yeah, we have Mr. Peng is our assistant project manager. And then we have Sharon Namalwe. She's our HR assistant. Philip is going to join us soon. You can sit down. We also have our subcontractors that we've come with. If you are a subcontractor of Sinopec, please stand up for recognition. Yes, that is Plambase, Edward, and then Evelyn for Better CGC. We have our subcontractor called Better CGC. Now, I want to start our presentation of today, please. Yes. As we start our presentation, we're going to look at overview of Sinopec. We want you to understand what Sinopec is. What do we do? That is our scope. First slide. Go back. Yes, our national content pillars and commitment, employment opportunities that we've so far given and what we intend to continue doing in terms of employment, training for employees, and inspiring stories. We have success stories of some people we've recruited from project focus districts, and we shall show you those stories. Next. Yeah, we are called Sinopec International Petroleum Service Company, Uganda Limited. That is us in full. Our role is to provide enabling infrastructure of oil and gas. Enabling infrastructure that will enable us to produce oil, to store oil, and also to export or to transport oil from one place to another. That is our role. And we are going to do this by connecting different well pads to a central processing facility. That is the CPF. And the role of CPF is the work of our consortium partner, Macdamot. Tukusiyoma usiyoma kudi ntukola kian, ntuleta hali wabakori kian, batekanize haisoro zero liyamakuta liyo CPF. That is now our role. We are in Tilenga, we are EPSCC project. EPSCC is production, supply, commissioning, and construction. Engineering, production, supply, commissioning, and that is EPSS. EPSCC. Next. Now that is our legal mandate. That is our legal mandate. Sinopec is registered on the National Supplier Database under Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We are legally known by the government of Uganda and by Registrar of Companies. Next. Our brief scope, as I told you, our work is to construct the pipeline facility. Those are the flow lines. You normally call them flow lines. And also, we have works at the well pads, civil works, to connect a well pad to a flow line. That is our main scope. And that's what you can see. Those pictures are showing you exactly the scope of work that you are supposed to execute. Next. That map is showing you the well pad that Sinopec is supposed to work on. We have 31 well pads, and out of the 31, 21 are in the south here in Bulisa, and 10 are in the north. So we have a very great work to do on those well pads. When motor engine that is still working on exit, then Sinopec will come in for civil works at those. Go back, please. Go back, please. Yes. So the 21 well pads have 427 wells, where we expect the first oil to come from the six wells. Don't ask me which wells, but out of those 31, we shall get the first oil from the first 6. You've seen where the rigs are being planted. And then we have 171 kilometers of the flow lines together with the water line. We are going to get water from Lake Albert, and that water will come direct to the central processing facility. And you know the role of water is to ensure that the machines are cooled down. What has come along with oil is supposed to be cleaned using that water, and so many other things that water is supposed to do at the central processing facility. So our role is to connect a line to the central processing facility of water abstraction. Next. Under labor, we are committed to ensure that at least 70% of the employees that Sinopec employ are Ugandans. That is our national content commitment, and we are working to ensure that we fulfill that commitment. And we are supposed to we are ensuring that these employees, after being employed, they undergo skilling. We skill them by adding in more value in them. All employees undergo pro-job training, because there are some people who come when they need some more value in them. We are committed to doing that. We also ensure under goods and services, we ensure that procurement of locally made goods and services is done, and we get goods and services from the locally available things that are available in the community that we need, like maram, like aggregates, like hardcore, and so many things, we are committed to getting them from the local community, the ones that are ring first. Under capacity building and technology transfer, we ensure that Ugandan citizens are trained in specialized skills for oil and gas. Under social and community engagement, we've always been engaging communities through the local council, one chairpersons and other leaders to ensure that they understand exactly what we do, how we do it, and even to understand the opportunities that exist within Sinopec as an oil and gas contractor. Next. Currently, we have 552 employees. Currently, yes, we have 552 employees, including 452 Ugandan employees. Have you seen how we are big? Yes. And from the local community, we have employed, currently we have 211 employees from the local communities. When we talk of the local communities, we are talking about Bulisa, we are talking about Noya, we are talking about Pakwach. And those other districts like Ikube, like Hoima, like Masindi. That one gives us a percentage of 47% of employees are from the local communities. We are committed and we have done that. Next. Those are the graphs showing how we've been recruiting and the number of employees that we have. The graph keeps on staggering. Next. Still under, they are too small. So we need the many management staff from Uganda. We need the managers, we need the civil engineers, we need electrical, so many staff. Meaning that in near future, when works of Sinopec gets busy and that of our subcontractors, we shall add in more and more workers, especially when we start the pipeline activities. Good enough, we have a subcontractor who is going to come on board and he will do grabbing of the right of way in preparation for pipeline construction. It's called the brand. Next. Yeah, those are the trainings that we normally give to Ugandan citizens, to Ugandan workers, and also expatriates. HSC training, a training on environment, how to conserve environment. And we have people of environment here. We respect the environment very much. Construction permit to work, season falls. We teach our workers how to respect and work safely in the park because we have a lot of work going on in the park. Sharon, you can go and usher in the people from Noya and Pakwach. Chemical handling, how to handle chemical. Issues of how to manage fire in case there is fire outbreak. Behavior-based safety, crane and lifting. So many trainings that our workers are subjected to. We are committed to ensure that workers, before they continue working with us, they are trained seriously to ensure that they understand exactly the do's and the don'ts of the Tilenga project. Next. So that's what I've been explaining about the trainings that we normally do. Like if a worker is working in a confined place, how are you supposed to ensure that you work safely in confined places? We do it during toolbox meetings every morning, and so many other trainings that, as you can see. Defensive driving, all those trainings that we support our workers, like the drivers, to undergo. Too small. Let me get my computer. One 106. Has changed everything. It has changed everything. Okay. There are so many things there. Like you have seen the side boom operation procedures. The side booms, those are like the machines that pick the pipes and then lay them in the what? In the trenches, the field joint coating. You've seen those are the pipelines, because we did in the pipeline. For example, when we join a pipe, we are supposed to ensure that the pipe is well welded, joined together, to ensure that there is no leakage. And we have a scan machine that we use. That machine is supposed to show you on computer that at this and this point, maybe it has not been welded properly. There is a what? There is a hole. So that is to erase fear among people who say that maybe you never know, we may have a what? There is no any issue about when we are welding a pipeline. For example, we are going to construct a HDD, that is the Nile crossing from Kwach, so from the park, from Noya, to go under the Nile, and then to come out from Bulisa. Because our intention, our role is to ensure that oil from Noya is come through a pipe under the river and join the oil in Bulisa. So along that very process, we are supposed to ensure that a pipeline is well welded so that there is no any kind of leakage, and we are supposed to ensure that we use the machines to detect all the points properly so that the pipeline is fully and well laid under the ground, and it lasts for more than 30 years. Next. That is all about skilling Ugandans. we are supposed to ensure that Ugandans are well skilled. We selected 26 welders from the protected districts. Some were from Bulisa, some were from Noya, some were from Pakwach, and we took them into a training of about 6 weeks under Sunmaker, because for us, when we pick you, we assume that you need more skills so that you are able to meet the standard of welding a pipeline, a pipe. So these boys and girls were fully trained, and we are picking from them. We have some that we have taken on who are now working with us. Yes. Next. That is still on welder training. To ensure that we have enough welders that are going to do the work, we have built what we call welder training center there in Tangi, where all the welders are trained from. That welder training center has a capacity of training 12 welders. So they were put only 4, but he has a capacity of training 12 welders at a go, so that these welders are able, by the end of maybe 6 months or a year, they are able to weld a pipeline under their own supervision, because currently they are under supervision of the what? Of the foreign experts. Yes. Next. Yeah, those are success stories. The stories from some of the employees we have so far employed in Sinopec. That person is called Sin. We got him, and we started working with him as an electrician. But now he has been promoted to a team leader. He's now a team leader. He can lead a team. Remember, the pipeline we are constructing is going to be a heated pipeline, heated with electric cables on it. I'm not very technical in that, to ensure that oil is heated, because when you look at this presentation, they will tell you that that oil is waxy, is heavy, so it requires somewhat power to make it move smoothly. That is a story from that person who is now promoted to a level of a team leader. Yeah, so those are, there is also, after 3 months of training, we had the 17 coating workers. The coating workers, these are the people who work on the pipeline. After welding, there is a way how they make it smooth. So these people have now qualified. They have been given certificates, and they are working independently without strict supervision from other supervisors. Thank you so much. That's all from Sinopec. I thank you for listening.
Thank you, Matongo, for that wonderful presentation. Munzikirize ntangire bahandukurugamu Esa. That is Maureen and Crispus. You're most welcome.
Before our next speaker, please, I think we've had many sessions. Exercise Manok. The breakfast is being digested, and people are getting a bit slow. So, which are our favorite colors? I know yellow is one. So which one should be the other one? Red. Okay. So when I say yellow, you stand up. Red, you sit down. Okay? Are we together? When you anka watch yellow, u eye malo. Red u pin. Okay? Yellow. Yellow. Red. Red. Okay? Yellow. Red. Yellow. Yellow. Red. Up. Yellow. One more. Yeah? I'll say the head. You know the head. You touch the head. Shoulders. You touch your shoulders. Waist. I don't know if we should go up to the knees. Shall we manage? Yeah. Yeah? We may hear some bones getting broken. So whichever body part I call, you touch it. Yeah? Okay, head, shoulders, waist, head, shoulders, head, waist, shoulders. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, it's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you for honoring our invite. I'm Mashate Maureen, an administrator at ESSA, working under the Human Resource Department.
Yes, mwiranga baramukirye abatangiri nywense mwebale kwiza gede mabara ndi Crispus katusime nkoranka CLO wa ESSA.
Thank you, Crispus. So basically, today I'll be taking you through our presentation, though it will be quite brief because we have a subcontractor here that deals with the human resource recruitment. So they will be able to give us more detail on everything else. Next slide, please, Sheila.
Akobiri odeda agenda trabia mbidoli bya ESSA gikora kionka bikwata geni na kuleta bakori twinaho recruiting agent representative aloha iza kubana kuturabiamu mulingo tuleta bakori nka ESSA.
For those who may not be aware, ESSA was awarded by McDermott the work of structure mechanics and piping on the Tilenga project. We can look at the next slide to see some of the work that ESSA has done previously in different parts of the world like the Middle East and the UK, and that's what we intend to also achieve here.
Akobiri ESSA gyahebero mugisa bahandu betu ba McDermott kukora bintu bya pipe bya mechanical na structure. Then hawo yatyo alutimbe tuone milimo mindi mya ESSA gikori mbichwe kabikwa ukana munsi.
Okay, next slide please. So this is where the details come in. If you look closely, these are the national content commitments that were shared by ESSA projects. The first one being utilization of Ugandan human resources. For those who may not know, the national content bit is basically talking about utilizing Ugandan human resources and services. So at peak, ESSA is looking at hiring 1,500 staff, both direct and indirect, with at least 80% Ugandan staff and 20% in management.
Harutimbe hawo amukona tuli mukolekya bujunanizibwa bwa ESSA giye yamiri kudosenereria mikoro mya recruitinga oba kwagana milimo banya Uganda. Okay.
Yeah, so if you look at the present status, currently ESSA is at 216 staff in total, 31 of these being expatriates, and then 185 of the 216 are Ugandans. 73% of the 216 or the 185 Ugandans are from the priority districts. These are 73 staff in total. 85% Ugandans in total, and then 40% from the priority districts. Currently, we have 36 positions, recruitment for 36 positions that are ongoing. So we highly encourage you to apply. We have a social responsibility team. Crispus is right here. They're the ones in charge of the recruitments. Currently, we have different roles like generator operators, painters, helpers, and riggers. So please don't hold back. Please apply. We need these positions filled, and most importantly, by the priority districts first.
Yes, eche kutolekya nkamukuona lutimbe hawo tukolekya wireo ESSA gina bakori bebere 16 then 31 barugiri monse zili hanze wa Uganda. Hao bakolekya 15 bali banya Uganda, then nsanyo na basatu barugiri mu district mukaga zitwegiri Anoya, Kikube, Bulisa, Hoima na Masindi. Then ali mukolekya nti hakyali yo migisa mya abantu kufuna milimo. For example, wire tukwetaga abantu 36 mu bikaro bikwawo nabyo byasomeri hawo nka tukwetaga abantu bagena cooperating ma generator twina bakori batukwetaga batweta ba lifting supervisor baragira machine zetu zo zibyukya byoma bitukubimba kudi. Then ba fitters baba bali batuyamba okuboha byo byoma kwa kiendi. Then ba scaffolders batuyamba koraga madara gatutembera hona. Then ba helpers baba kora milimo gutali gumwe na gumwe gukuyamba babo bali skilled. Then ba riggers bakora mulimo gwa kwa assemblinga byo byoma bitubanika kwa kiendi. So ali mukolekya chances zo ziri yona bana mubategeke basobola kubamba funamyo migisa.
Second on the list for the commitments, we have capacity building of Ugandan human resources. And one of the things that were promised, training center planned within the TCF. This is basically where we shall be having the trainings, the different trainings that ESA will carry out for the local community staff, the skilled staff, and the expatriates. And as of today, the training center has been completed. The training is currently ongoing. We are doing different trainings within the facility. There's technical, there's HSC. So under HSC, we have first aid training. We have the risk awareness and assessment. We have under technical training, we have the welding, and then the soft skill training, which is also very important. Then we have also managed to achieve 3,529 man hours of training as of end of Q3 2023. Then one of the commitments is at least 25,000 man hours of training. That's in scaffolding, welding, rotary equipment, aligning, and pipe fitting, which we have, out of these, we have managed to get at least 3,529 for all these.
Mulingo tukuona rutimbe, bujunyanzwa bwetu bwakubanza bwakali bwakurecruitinga twabawera migisa miliyona. So ekyeri kwolekya bujunyanzwa bundi bwakabiri buli bwakuyamba oba batuletiri tuba tuhera emilimo mulingo gwakubongera obukugu mbala site. Yolekya nti twenka ESA twina training facility gitwina already site ndikakusanga mukora beziri aina mugisa gwakwongerwa obukugu. Nalafu niri gwo mulimo. So tuli mukolekya nti wirewo tusobola kubantu kora wirewo mukuonawo 13,529 ya nka mulingo mukubi wana rutimbawo mukusobola naye kutanga busani meso awaiza kubawo biwulye mwaba mwinabyo mu referringa abisani bye mukuba mukutiri kwa kindi kali mwebali.
Okay. Then the third one, utilization of Ugandan goods and services. We're looking at approximately 50% of this being locally purchased, but it would even be better if it's more than 57%. And then 100% of all the services from Ugandan from Ugandan service providers. So we've achieved 100% as of today. And then for the Ugandan service providers, we have managed to get the temporary construction facility, the supply of consumables, structural works awarded to Ugandan subcontractors such as UNI engineers, there's fabrication systems, there's hygiene consultants. All these are Ugandan companies that we are using to achieve this goal.
Bujunanzibwa bwakasatu ekyekwolekya nti tweyamitwe nka ESA kuhagana milimo kampuni zo za Uganda. So muzo kampuni yolekeri zimwe zitukora nazo wirewo nka uni engineers bakutuha equipments na kutuyamba okubanika byo byoma. Twina yokeke security bakutuha basirukale bakutuha bulindi. Twina yo hygiene consultants bakutuletera bakori na bitongole bindi.
Then the last one, technology transfer and capacity building. For those who may not be aware, capacity building is basically how best ESA can help other organizations to maximize their skills, both soft skills and all other skills for their staff. We're looking at roughly 190,000 man hours of this. We are looking at quarterly engagements to basically interact with our different stakeholders, and then support capacity building for the lower tier subcontractors, and then support to industry enhancement centers or training of trainer programs. As of today, we have managed to achieve the goal of all our quarterly engagements as of today. And then we also have discussions that are ongoing with local implementation partners on how best we can be able to achieve capacity building, both for the skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled labor. And then for the capacity building, we have been doing some work with one of our subcontractors, UNI engineers, where we've been doing different trainings with the expatriates that are that have been training the local staff. And also the local staff have been training the expatriate staff. So we're seeing how best we can maximize these skills by learning from one another.
So bujunaanizibwa bondi bukusembayo ekyerikoba nti tulina bujunaanizibwa bwa kuyingisya magezi gitwetiri technology. Yabaza nti tupatanaringa na Uni engineers baina workshop uko ali tutwara bakori batutori munsi zende mbejubya naba bakori bahaha mbatandika kusobora mbaba mbahingisya bukugu mumbe into bikwawukana.
Next slide, please. So if you look at the table above, these are the subcontractor opportunities that ESSA has awarded so far, yet to award, and are probably going to award very soon before the end of the year. We have the temporary construction facility that was awarded last year in December to Fabrication Systems. We have the consumables, PPE, that was awarded last year in December too. We have the structural steel works, where we shall be doing 50% of the work in-house as ESSA, and then 50% of the work was awarded to a lower tier subcontractor, a Ugandan company, May this year. Then the scaffolding work, we shall also be doing 50% in-house, and 50% of it was awarded to a Ugandan supplier. Manpower hiring and training, 50% of it will be done by ESSA, and then the other 50% will be done by our lower tier subcontractor, Hygiene Consultants, which was awarded in May 2023. Then equipment hire was also awarded in September 2023. Consumables, tools and tackles, 50% will be done by ESSA, and then the other 50% will be done by a Ugandan supplier, which is currently ongoing. So please feel free to send in your details. Make sure you're registered with the NSD, and then we can always get back to you. Then we have the post-weld heat treatment that is in the RFQ stage. It's going to be awarded to a Ugandan supplier. We have NDT Works that is also going to be given 100% to a Ugandan supplier. Both are currently in the RFQ stage. It's still not too late though to apply. Then we have the piping works. We're still in the pre-qualification stage. Kindly feel free to send in your details. It will be awarded in Q4 before the end of the year. Same thing with insulation.
Mulingo mukwa na rutimbe kwa kende tugeria okwolekya migisa miliyo myaba abantu bakwetaaga kubamba mbajoininga esanka aba supplier. So migisa miliyo tukwetaaga abantu bakubamba kutuha bibyo bili side gidi bimukwana. For example, tukobiri consumables like PPE bijwaru byetu bitukolesya. Bolekere nti contract igyo alo company gibagi heri mwaka gumalikiri, then mwakagu, then temporary construction facility offices etwali zili buirebu alo company gibaheri gyo contract kutubimbira zo offices, then namyo milimo mindi michali kugabibwa. So echeri kumanyisya yogo yensa na company gyamwe okusobora gana no registeringa na pao, then nosobora kuba nofuna myo migisa wadede mya kusupplyinga myo milimo wabano kusobora.
Next slide, please. Okay, so these are some of the pictures from some of the trainings that we've done. We're not able to put everything here, so we just picked out a few just to give you an idea of the community engagements and the on-job trainings. Some of these are local government stakeholder engagements. Then these are the semi-skilled and unskilled recruitments done by the social responsibility team. We have the awareness induction at site that is very important when you've just entered the camp. This is a training that you're taken through for safety and how best to navigate your way around the site. And hiring and signing of contracts of the local workers.
Mulingo mkuwa nambisa nao tuche kuolekea vidi tuche kuolekea vitu nkato esa tuwe vitu ya miri kubantu kora bimu abivyo tukuolekea mulingo tuleta bakori on board tukuolekea hawon tuli mu community ntukora karuru katuleta balloting ntukuleta bakori kila mani bawo batali trained mu specific skills then tukwolekya nti bakori bakakusanga babba beizira mulimo nti tubongeraho obukugu nka mukuwonawo tuli mukubaha training mbisa n'ebindi bimukuwonawo then aha tuli mukwolekya nti tukolesya abakori tumara kubaha ndagaano gikwolekya nti afunire mulimo ngeri kumukuwona aha twagabe contracts zaba abakori barabiri mukaruru awo bisa ngeri mukumiwona then bindi bikwolekya abakori betu kuba babajweri mbala milimo myao ha site getu.
Next slide, please. So now here, this slide is about the manpower requirements of ESSA. Overall, as mentioned in one of the first slides, we're looking at 1,500 staff as of now. This may be achieved. It might be 1,500, maybe more or less, you just never know. But currently, these are the numbers we are looking at. As you can see, skilled, we are looking at 977. Semi-skilled, we are looking at 332. Unskilled, we're looking at 191. But please keep in mind that for the semi-skilled and unskilled, the priority is given to the 5 districts, the host districts. For the jobs that are available, we publish in media outlets and then go through the local district governments. And also, we use the ballot system, as we had mentioned earlier. So recruitment also goes on based on schedule. You may send your details right now for something that may be needed next year. Please don't give up and think we have given up on you or put your documents aside. These roles are needed according to the project schedule and how it moves. So we basically follow those timelines. So it's usually important to keep following up, especially with the social responsibility team, so that they can keep updating on where we've reached and what will be needed.
So mulingo mukona kwa kiendi tugeria okwolekya bakori batukiza ku bantu kwetaaga atati na mu meso tuli mukwolekya nti tukiza ku bantu kwetaaga bantu balina bukugu bukumala Rwenda nsanyu na musanju tuiza ku bantu kwetaaga bantu balina bukugu budoli bukutandikirwaho 332 tuiza ku bantu kwetaaga nabawo batalina bukugu mu bintu byo byennyini bakusobola kubamba yambawo abantu 191. So kumanyisa ESSA twina chance ya kurikurutinga bakori 105 mpaka kudwa kumalira milimo myetu. Then twolekya nti twina bujunanizo bakuwona nti milimo mya badi bakutandikirwaho then nabo balina obukugu budoli misemerere kuba mifunibwa ku Kiramani district mukaaga zizo ziboleka eri Bulisa, Hoima, Pakwachi, Kikube, Noya na Masindi. So tukwolekya mulingo mukuwona bibyo bikaro bimwe bigenda kubambiza mu meso hawo bana musemere kubatekaniza baso kubamba funa bukugu mu byo bintu at least bafune bupapura bukutandikirwa hona basobora kuba mbafuna myo migisa batamimisinga then yakoba ntika kusangwa obosindikiryo bipapura byamu nokusaba mulimo mu ESSA kikumanyisa kwa nti wokisindikirida mwake bakwe mulimo ureundi milimo misigikira amilimo miliyo hasaito oba skedugi batero hona nti mweruguti motu kubantu ukora mulimo guti so bakori baba twiza kubantu kubetaga mweruguti osokusindika bipapura bya mu January nibichalayo nibakuweta nka mu December so mutagwa ntima nti oba bipapura byange babitweri babyetekerera.
Okay, next slide please. So now here, after we've gone through the manpower requirements, in times of recruitment, it's very important that everyone that is on site and is doing any work, whether it's short-term or long-term, they have to have an employment contract that is written and is not just verbal. So these are some of the most important things to look out for while these contracts are being drafted. The employee needs to be very sure of their job title and their description. They need to understand what they're coming to do on site. They need to know the job title that they're going to do, what they've been offered. Then they also need to be made aware of the contract date and the contract date start and the validity, because we don't want instances where someone has been hired to work for 6 months and then after those 6 months they don't want to leave the site and then they're reporting and saying they're being forced off the site yet their work time is done. So this contract needs to be very specific and outline or indicate how long this contract is going to take. Is it a year? Is it 2? Will it be weekly that you come? So it's very important to note that. The employee benefits also have to be mentioned. The medical insurance, transportation, meals, accommodation, overtime for weekends and public holidays. So overtime is the compensation that is given to workers for the time that they work, maybe on weekends when they're supposed to be at home or resting, or when they work on public holidays. So it's very important that they are compensated, and this has to be it also has to be clearly mentioned and how best you can work around it. Then statutory payments such as NSSF and local service tax. I think this is very well known that it's very important when you're paying out salaries to workers. Then the work hours also have to be indicated. How many hours is someone working a day? You don't want situations where someone is working past the time and then they're not comfortable with it. As we mentioned, on site, we need people that are comfortable, that are peaceful, that are happy to come to work. Leave days and work rotation schedule should also be very clearly mentioned. For how long is someone going to work? For how long will they be away? Will they be compensated while they're away? Termination and notice period is also very important in these contracts. Any other terms and conditions that may be relevant to this job that is being offered to an individual. It's very important that as an employer or as the human resource team, that you sit down and discuss and understand any other conditions and terms that need to be brought up just to avoid any conflict in the future. Acknowledgement statement from the employee to understand, to explain, or to acknowledge that they understand the terms and conditions, because so many people come to site and work, but they're not very sure what they're doing when they're supposed to be leaving, so they also have to acknowledge. And then also, in cases of translation, where translation is needed, it's very important that one is there to also acknowledge for effective communication.
Yes, ekyekusobola mulingo mukuona kwa kiendi hao nti ibyo bili bintu bimwe bituteeka mu ndagaano gyo gitukora na mukori kutuba tweri mulimo kyakubanza mukora inakwega mulimo kyanugwe zirikora taito gya moyonana tadwa kutandika kwezeta manager kandi bakuletiti noli kuiziri nka helper banane bakwezeta ba manager hanze uko so mukora semere kwega taito gyamwe then kintu kende osemere kwega mulimo go kutandika di go kumalika di then contract gyamu gitaiza kumalika kando kalemera site nti gyanchaka nchake ndi akora contract yamu gikobiri ogyato hamulimo gwa services za mulimo myamutu kumyetaga kumala mwaka gumwe so oina kunihira nti mwaka gugu akamalika osemere kubani wemuka oiro rondi baka renewinga contract otalemera ha site then kintu kindi bali mukolekia byo bikiyani byosemere kuba nofuna nka mukori kakusanga obofunire gwo mulimo kyakubanza ogenda kusasurwa then kintu kindi bagenda kwa insurance medical bagenda kwa transport bagenda kwa video bagenda kwa bulalo bili dependable habaho bantu for example bakwenda kulala munda bahambiriza kwaye alako bagyanko nakulala hanze yes then twina nabujunanizibwa bwa kusasula misolo mya government na nsawo gya mugendi gya kubika nti company giza kuha 10% then when we bikiro 5% give your NSSF 15% then tusasula na musolo gutusasula local government local service tax then working hours uli mukora na kwega nti nsemere kutrasa gimwe nyinuke 12 wire utadwa mwenda nti gyanju wairi nkwe kwemuka then kintu kindi osemere kubawegiri nti leave gyamugiri gyadi kuli kwaiko banta gyanyiche iri manasa ita ankwe gwa gintamiri mumpagane biro byanga bisatu ngene mpomule bibba bili bihandike mu contract ntogena kubasa ita kumala myeri misatu rondi wemuke omale kwa mugibiro 14 so tatandika kuleta kavuyo byo biro bitakadori then termination and notice period osemere kubani wega nti mbera kyani gikuletezebwa gigyondagano kusazibwamu kakusanga oboko orikiki nti gyondagano kubogi binyiri so byo byense bibamu kakapapura ko genda kubano signinga then osemerere kuba wenka mukori noikiriza byo byense bitu bibateri mu ndagano umo then noteka omukono oteka kwa mukono otetegereze gyondagano baona kantu hansa okatuhandika nkakolekya ntoina kuikiriza ndagano giba gisomire murolemi ruwegiri rokwetegereza wabyetegereza kurungi nti mwaki ogenda kwakwehindura kakantu kamukuona ka translation clause uli mukori basemere muhindura ndagano mulimi lwamu lwakwetegereza hoi.
Next slide. So grievances and grievance handling. So grievances, basically how best this can be reported in situations of discomfort, harassment, or you just have something you would like to report. There are basically ways that it's done in a system. And for the reporting, we have a dedicated social responsibility team that is responsible for this. We have toll-free lines on site, as you've seen, where you can make calls and report a grievance or put your point across. We have a concerns box or different concern boxes in different areas where you're able to write anonymously so that you can be able to put your complaint in the box and then it will be followed up by the social responsibility team and workers' voice surveys. These help us understand how best we can deal with grievances on the site, how best we can deal with different issues like maybe harassment or where someone is having trouble with their contract and it's not being respected by their employer. So those are the different ways that we can report these. So for the grievance management, we have a grievance log where every single complaint is noted down. And these complaints are not taken for granted. They are very important for us as an employer to understand how best we can make the work conditions for you so that you are not uncomfortable. So these are noted down every day or every time someone reports, and they are reviewed with management on a weekly basis, and a way forward is always discussed. Then after these have been reported, obviously these are discussed with the concerned parties, and usually a way forward is found, and then they are closed or dealt with. If there's need for disciplinary action, it's done. But then where we're not able to, or if it's out of our hands and it involves the contractor, then there we definitely have to involve the human rights team of McDermott. So that's how we deal with the grievances on site.
Mulingo mukona lutimbawo tugerya okwolekya nti kakusangwa tufuna buju nsonga zense oba mukori aina buzibu ha site oba mu community we hakulala nti izo nsonga tuzikwata tete tukwolekya nti esa twina team ha ground gefuna zo nsonga z'abakori na za community nti kakusanga aba nsonga giyense gikwatagana na butadwere neri mu mikore myetu osemereri kudwerera team gigyo gya esa gitukwesa social responsibility team gindi presenting a site gya mwenyewe mukama wangala adakira kuba Kampala kyonka gyankira kuba site then twina na namba za masimu zitugaba nti kakusanga obofunire buzibu okusobola kutukuutira gitakusaro sente bakama betu baba makidamoti bagitutera site zibayona then twina na concerns box nti okusobola kuandika kapapura otatero na ibara just weteka mu nsonga gyamu okagumemu muka box twiza kuiza twawula ka box oba bakama betu ba makidamu tubeza kwawula ka box gya bangeli nsonga gyetu gitusemereri kuiramu beza gituletera ntuira mona then twina nabusave butukora ha site kasembiriyo bakama bakama betu ba makidamu total gyaleti kasave kakuyamba obakori kubani babaza nsonga zao bataina kutina muntu ategiri nti nankayo yabaziri because bantu bandi batina kubaza nsonga nanka so kumalira muwereri nti gyanya muwereri so kako kanto kakolesya nka asimu noteka mu nsonga gyamu simu gyolekya kwaide nsonga girugiri haye kyonka nsonga nigiba addressed then tukolekya nti hadika kusangwa obofuniri buzibu hawo izo nsonga zimalwa tete nti twina log gituteka mu zo nsonga zense izo nsonga busuteka mu tuzolekera eri abakamaza basemere kubamba zimala gyabangiri gyange ngimaliraho gyabangiri gya HR nyina gisindika ali HR gyabangiri gya bakama betu ba makidamo twina gisindika ali makidamot so gyo log gitutrackingira mu zo nsonga ntuzizulyamu olekiro kandi gigyo log tugirivisinga oba tuichara nabawo ba stakeholders bakwawukana oba different parties ntubarabirya mu nsonga zao buli muntu natwala bujunaanizibwa kuwona nti gyonsonga agimaari muwire waheeyi gitakaberi kulanda. Then yeah, basically that.
Next slide. So, okay, so for any inquiries that you may have on the floated bids or the tenders, please reach out to vmanagement@esa.com. That's where all the inquiries will be answered. There will always be someone to assist you. Then up here is our official contact number. Usually we have people that would like to come and visit us at the office or meet different departments or just have inquiries about ESA and the opportunities on the site or in the Kampala office. Please reach out. The number is usually handled by the administration and human resource team. So we're always ready to welcome you and receive you. Thank you.
So namba gicheri kwa kiendi hao nche kusaba babeririye bachali kuandika mugihandike abantu bense bakubamba ina bibe bakwetaga kwega ali kitongole kya ESA okusobora kuta gyo namba montagi agikwata ali Kampala mu office eza kubana sobora kuira mu byasobori byatasobora eza kubana kuhabura nani gyosemere kubano doerera.
Thank you so much.
Mwebale hoye. Kantu wale gumugisa kweta subcontractor wetu muhandu wa hygiene consultants akutuyamba okuleta bakori batukolesya.
Thank you for having me. My name is Isaac Moses Kasule and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Hygiene Consultants. I don't know if my slides, yeah, it's there. They were given. Let's go to the next one. Hygiene Consultants, we are basically in oil and gas. We are doing human resource management. We are doing waste management. We are also in cleaning services and also logistics services. In this particular project, I'm going to talk mostly about human resource management because that's where we have a contract with ESA, our client. Just giving you a little brief on the background where Hygiene Consultants is coming from. It's a Ugandan company that started the background in recruitment in 2012, and we extended our services in the region in different countries here in the neighborhood.
Next slide.
In 2016. Yeah, can we go to the next one? Basically now the contract we have with ESA started in May 2023, and we are doing outsourcing services. We are basically recruiting for them the people they need to be able to do the different projects that they have talked about. I'm going to be a bit quick due to time constraint. I'm going to show you the procedure we normally use. All the
next slide.
All recruitment. The process we use, all the recruitments we are doing, we do normally advertise the roles. 2, we collect CVs. 3, we shortlist. And number 4, then we interview. But the interviewing is done in collaboration with ESA because ESA has got the technical expertise of the people they need. So we shortlist and then give them the people they need. So in this way, someone will say, but I've not seen the adverts. We do adverts in the newspapers, we do adverts in the local councils, and also in all the areas in the 6 districts that are priority where we think we can get people from. So we prioritize districts like Bulisa, Nyoya, Pakwachi, Masindi, Hoima, and Kikube. The other thing we are also doing is you find sometimes that there's a skill gap from people in those districts. Then we consider also the people outside those particular districts. Then we shall go outside nationally. But also nationally, it comes to a point where it comes to a point whereby we also lack the right skill. Then we go international. At this particular moment, you find that we have three categories of people we are recruiting for them. We have unskilled labor, we have what we call skilled labor, and in those two, you find that a lot of unskilled labor come from the local communities here within. For example, in Bulisa here, whereby we are working closely with the local leaders, who you are. In the past, it has been ESA doing it directly, and there has been a balloting system whereby people, and they have showed in their previous slides, people are chosen from the local community, and then we shortlist them, interview them, and get them into the system. Then the other one is also for the skilled laborers. We've done the advert. We bring them, we shortlist them, bring them on team into interviews with our client, and then the people that pass are also go through another process, because we need to know these people, don't they have a criminal record? So we shall need to do their Interpol. We need to know if the people we are recruiting, they have the right, they have the best medical fitness to work. Because I can't bring someone who cannot see, and yet he passed all the other things, but he cannot see. So our doctors let us know if that person is ready for that. We do also COVID tests. Certificates are needed, and also the other things we try to see if they are fully Ugandan. So on that, when they have this, then we present them a contract, and in that contract, like my colleague had already said, we clearly explain it in the local language. Like, for example, if someone is coming from Bulisa here, we get our teams with a guy who speaks Lugungu very well, and Crispus has helped us on many times to explain each and everything in the contract, so that someone doesn't just sign because they want to earn money, but they understand why they are signing that contract. And please help us a lot, because sometimes there's been a lot of friction because people are not understanding. But ever since we started to translate in the local languages, it is helping us a lot. The contract will be in English, but the interpreter will be there to explain to the local guy what is in the contract. Thank you very much. I go to the next one. Yeah, some of the achievements we've done so far, since May, we've been able to recruit 50 people, though the numbers are going to grow tremendously from today. Next week, I'm bringing another 34. So when you look at the 54 people, 80% of the people I have brought on board are people from the local communities, from Bulisa here, from Chikube, from Noya, from Pakwach, from Hoima, from Masindi. The 80% of the 50 people I've recruited. I brought in people, expatriates, 13 people so far from abroad. And this is quite very interesting when you look at these numbers, because we bring in expatriates actually to bring in best practice, to transfer knowledge to our local communities. And that's why when we are giving them contracts, we don't give them very long contracts, because if I can have something that can be done by a Ugandan, then the Ugandan can do the job. So that is what we have in our way of thinking. The other issue is, as I'd mentioned, I'm bringing another 34 next week. And of the 34, 85% are coming from here, from local, from the 6 priority districts. And we are bringing them to do structure and piping. We need structure and piping engineers. We need structure and pipe fitters, lifting supervisors, scaffolders, riggers, electrician, people to run generators. And we have a very clear grievance system. If there's a grievance, we have a site coordinator with whom we encourage our workers to go and report to. But also ESA has got their team they can go to and report the grievance. And everything is recorded and really studied to the bone. So thank you for that. Then the other issue is, we've gotten some little challenges, but these are very simple challenges that we are solving closely with our clients. Sometimes there's some simple delays in recruitment due to some mobilization change in schedules. Sometimes another thing we are finding, and we encourage you as local leaders to go back and we work together to make sure that this really works very well. The point number 2.
Next slide.
Oh, challenges. Yep. Okay. Yeah, number 2, not enough skilled and adequate experienced workforce. We struggle a lot to get people from the local communities having the right skill. So help us, church leaders, leaders in all your capacities. Encourage the people, the young generation, to go for courses that are advertised so that we get most of the people from these communities to help us to do these jobs. Because otherwise then, if I don't get people here, then I have to go nationally. And if nationally I don't get people, my client is calling for people, then I'll have to go abroad, go to India, to go other places to bring in people. And I've done it. So help us a lot to encourage the young generation, the people that can be able to do these jobs, to come on board. Then, of course, we are challenged a little bit with bureaucratic immigration process of obtaining work permits, especially when I bring in people from abroad. You want the process to take 5 days, but because one of the officers who is supposed to sign lost or got a new girlfriend and he left the office that afternoon, or there are so many reasons I want to tell you, but leave that to me. That's why I've been selected to do this job. Another thing is, with the developments that are coming in, the numbers that the client is calling for are quite so many. So sometimes you find that we have not enough space in the camps. So sometimes when you see me bring people to the hotels around, please allow that, because the camp, sometimes I don't have enough space to take in a lot of people. So that's also a challenge we are getting. And another very important point as I come almost to the end, please help us as leaders. Encourage the workforce, the local workforce that is coming from you, to adapt to the new employment standards. It is a big problem to tell someone you have to put on an helmet. People are confronting us by putting on an helmet, but that is safety. Safety is not comfortable. You have to put on your helmet. You have to put on a coverall. It is a big problem, my brothers, people from the churches. Talk to these people during your sessions, that it is important for them to adapt to this new way of doing things if we are going to achieve this project together. On that note, these are some of the simple recommendations. The next slide, and I'll be saying goodbye. This is between me and the client. Sometimes I talked about the deployment program, but they are becoming more clearer now to understand how many people we need in the next few months and that kind of thing. But we are working closely with the client to sort that out. Then, like I've talked about, sensitize so many of the young people to come on board. I think that also caters for point number 3. Point number 4, even there are so many induction trainings that are given here by Total, by McDermott, by Sinopec. Encourage them to go and learn. Learn how to climb a ladder in a safe way. Let them go and learn. We need them. I need many of those people. Who says he has someone in his home is there, he doesn't know to do anything? I know you're local leaders. You must be having someone. Who says I have someone there seated there, but I don't know? Yeah, you'll ask, but do you have someone? Okay, thank you. So please encourage them to go for this. And for us as hygiene consultants, what we are doing is that we are putting a lot of value addition. Before someone gets to be employed, we are taking them through trainings of soft skills on safety, on how, on a character change, that paradigm shift, to think in a certain way to help the project to grow. And we are working closely with our client to see that we also encourage refresher trainings. You know, a person who is working, that's why we give even those rotational leaves. It's like a battery. It goes down, and then you need to recharge it again. So that's why we come in with refresher trainings. The next one, and I'm gone. Yeah, someone said they had questions for me.
Can I translate first?
Oh, there'll be questions later, but I'm here. Yeah, you've noted, eh? Thank you. I give to my guy, Crispus. Thank you.
Kusaba mbeerire mu kadooli mu bibyo by'abaziri akobiri kampuni gyamwe bagyeta hygiene consultants babali bantu batwaheera bujunaanzibwa kutuleetera bakori yolekeeri nti yafunirigi contract mweri gwali gwa kataano mwaka gwogo kyonka ayina bukugu bunene mu bibintu kampuni zinene zakola eri abaziri URA, KCC, UNE, esa nage yagiteeka mwona so yakoba yafunirigi contract na esa mweri gwali gwa katano na kudwata ati wirewo akwenyumirizamu mu byo byakora natwe then yakoba yatwolekya mulingo afuna bakori bawo yolekya nti bateekayo birango mu bichweka bikwawukana hasabu county maure na amaradio baba getegeria then yolekya byo bikyani byafuniri muwire udoli wa mari mugo mulimo na esa yakoba sofa atweri bakori 15 muba bakori kinani percentage gya kinani bense bali bakuruga mu district mukaga abantu 15 yolekya nti 13 basaba barugiri mu nsi gitali gya Uganda hanze wa Uganda then bantu 57 bense bali banya Uganda yolekya nti mubwire utali bwahade agenda kubani yongera abakori 34 kyonka babakori ache kubetaga mu bagi akora milimo mimi hansi yakoba bamwe bagenda kuba engineer bamwe bagenda kuba fitters nyasangure mbasoboreri myo milimo nabi bakora then yolekya nti afuniri mu buzibu mugo mulimo kurugatanike gukola kikubanza nti sometimes afuna buzibu kurugali bakama bamwe obatwe tumuha kwai kumanyisibwa muwire nti tukwetaaga bakori au neneuti oba bikabiti kyonka kili kintu kituli mugenda kuona mulingo twakiterekererya then uzibu bondi afuniri buzibu nti mukichweka kieto bam district zetu mukaga zitukwendi akiramani bana bafune mu milimo nti bana bali kwa nabu kugubu kumala bobu kwetagibwa kubambo koramye milimo haha mu camp so akusaba uli muntu atwale bujunanizibwa kuona nti atwala gumuranga gudwe hari uli muntu asobole kuba natwala bujunanizibwa yonkayo afune bukugu bukusobora kuba mbufuna chance gya kuba mu project igi then yakoba kindi kili rundi abana bandi bakererwa kuingira mu camp because nti camp gicharo kufuna mwanya gukumala so yakoba mtakifona nkaki amani mubatangire mu community then yabana kuhabura oba yabana kutesa nti uli muntu atwale bujunanizibwa kuona nti gumuranga gwadwerera baba kujunanizibwa nti tusobole kubantu yambangana bana baso kubamba funa milimo then bahindule nantekereza kuona nti basobora kuba mbejanja na ijanjana na mutindo gwa gigi project kya makuta byo bice bigambo byamwe then inyuma yakoba mwaba mwina biwulye mubibike bwire bwa kadowa biwulye mwiza bimuwulya abiremo.
Thank you very much, ESA team. Because of time, okay, for those that have not yet written or registered their names on our attendances, please, the attendance is right there at the entrance. Make sure you register before you take your leave. And then for those that joined us a bit late, we have places of convenience. The ladies, you can just go behind here. It's already written. Then behind, you can go to the gents. The gents, you can use the behind side. Our next speaker will be from GCC. GCC, you're welcome. And after GCC, we shall be having our lunchtime break. We shall go for lunch. Then after lunch, we shall have a representative from PAO. Then after, we shall go in for QAQC, like question and answer. Then after that, we shall welcome our guest of honor. And as the GCC team comes, allow me welcome the cow, you're most welcome. And also the team from Noya, you're most welcome. And everyone that came in after, please feel at home and just give us your ears. Make sure that you take in, write down everything that you feel that you need to ask. When that time for questions comes in, you feel free to ask. Ncheri Koba? Oh, I've been reminded that a team from Noya and Pakwach, you're most welcome. Feel at home. So Ncheri Koba, bantu batu joining iri nyuma hona, tuina hatua tukusagienda, abano kwenda gienda kweyamba alona bakalimwiza agendawo enyuma then badulumwiza akolesa enyuma hadi then wakaba wegiro kyali kuhandika amabara gamu attendance getu gili hadi n'okuyingira wingiri otakaberi kugenda bayiraba oraba gidimeza baiza kubamba kwolokya ohandike amabara gamu GCC gyo gikwira hona GCC gyakabagi mari kubaza oh yes abambwere ndinewo nakya GCC then GCC gyakabagi mari nakiba kuterekererya tuiza kubantu genda mu lunch break okay twakamala kudya kya mwinsi kyetu tuiza kutandika na bahandu betu bakama project that is the PAU tuiza kufuna yona muhandu kuruga mu PAU beho na byakutuwera then yakabamalirize tugende mu bikagizo muwuli ebikagizo then babire tukuba tubira mona twakaba tumari session gya bikagizo tuiza kuba tutangira guest of honor wakiro kya dero abawo bigambo bya manyisya bantu then yakabamalirize tuiza kuba tukinga mukoro na tukwiza kwegwa lubazi kuruga hali McDermott so babo bantu basigeri yona
SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies, managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security.
Okay.
SR Exploration and Production.
Yes. I've been advised to first call our regulators. That is a representative from POW. I think it will be Kenneth Bintu. You're most welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Abaramukire musibite.
I'm Bintu Peter Kenneth, and I'm privileged to work with the Petroleum Authority as an Enterprise Development Officer. And I bring you greetings from our Executive Director, who would have loved to be here, because national content is one of the things that we are very, very deliberate about, and we are very passionate about it. So for today, I'd like to first of all thank McDermott, Sinopec, and ESSA for the opportunity to be here and for organizing this, and for the efforts that they've made in ensuring that Ugandans participate in the oil and gas projects in Uganda. Maybe a brief overview of what the Petroleum Authority does. The Petroleum Authority is a government agency that is in charge of regulating the upstream and the midstream sectors. We are mainly 3 government agencies that have a role to play in the oil and gas sector. And usually people tend to misunderstand what each of us does. So I'll give a brief overview of what each of the 3 different government agencies do so that you appreciate the role that all of us play. So we have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, which is responsible for the policies, ensuring that we have the relevant policies in place to support the oil and gas operations. Then there's the Uganda National Oil Company, which handles the government's commercial interest in oil and gas, ensuring that government also participates in taking on the oil projects. And currently they're doing a bit of exploration. And then the Petroleum Authority, where I work, we regulate the sector. We make sure that all the things that are done in the sector are done in line with the relevant laws. And we are very passionate about national content and try to ensure that we promote national content to the extent possible. So some of the key things that we do as the authority, because you might wonder, when do I request for support from the authority? When can they help me? We regulate the sector, and in doing this, we ensure, especially when it comes to national content specifically, that priority is given to Ugandan companies. So when it comes to procurements, and you've been seeing some of the opportunities that have been displayed by the different partners, Ugandan companies are always given first priority. So in the event of the companies in the room here, when it comes to local supplies, local companies are given priority. So if you're able to supply a particular service or entity or product, you'll always be considered first, but you need to take advantage of that opportunity. Because if you're being given first priority, you need to make sure that you meet the required standard. Now, from where we sit, we see that not very many companies from the community have been registered on the National Supplier Database. And this costs you opportunities to participate, because the first consideration when you're participating in a bid will be, are you registered? So we are currently trying to promote registration on the supplier database, and I think last week we had a team that was here in Bulisa for a whole week
Currently, there's a team in Chikube supporting companies to register. So take advantage of these opportunities and register your companies. Then we also try to ensure that when it comes to employment, that community employment is encouraged and also given priority. So as we speak now, we have over 12,000 people employed in the oil and gas sector across the different levels, from the tier 1, the operators, to the tier 1 contractors, the McDermott's, Sinopex, ESAs, as well as the Petroleum Authority. We have over 212,000 people employed currently. Of these, 4,000 come from the communities. This is quite commendable. 4,000 jobs from the communities, from the 6 districts. And we hope that this number is going to grow. However, majority of these 4,000 jobs have mainly been what we call support roles. But we want to encourage you to also take up the skilled opportunities so that you have more value retained within your communities. In regards to supply of goods and services, currently as we speak, we have seen about $7 billion awarded to different companies. And of these, 25%, which is about 1.8 billion, has been awarded to Ugandan companies. So if you're a company and you've not yet got a contract, there are some companies that are already doing work. So as you come and participate in these engagements, you need to see what are the opportunities for me to tap into some of these opportunities that are here. So as the companies display the opportunities that they are going to advertise, you need to be thinking, is it possible to partner? Is it possible to subcontract and deliver a certain scope? Because we've seen of that 1.8 billion, about 1.5 or 1.6 million has been to you community-based enterprises. But this is still little. So there's still a lot of opportunity. So we need to see, as a community-based enterprises, how can we position ourselves? How can we partner so that we participate? One of the avenues that we have been trying to encourage people to take up has been partnerships and collaborations. Sometimes as an individual entity, you may not be able to supply all that is required. But is it possible, instead of looking at how do we compete, you look out for other enterprises that are in a similar line of business, so that you come together, create an association, so that instead of competing, you partner. So that these opportunities don't go outside. They don't go to companies in Kampala, they don't go to companies out there, because you can be able to come together and deliver these services. Like we always say, it's better to have a small slice of a very big cake than 100% of nothing. So I encourage you, take up the opportunity. When you come here and you participate in such a forum, identify the other business partners, other business people who you can then collaborate with, so that you can be able to partner and see what opportunities you can take up. It pains us when we are looking at bid evaluation reports and opportunities are going to companies that are out there. And then we will be here after a few years and we'll be saying, we were here when there was oil and gas, but we did not participate. There's been a lot of effort to build capacity from the companies as well as from government, of the different enterprises and people. But now we need to put that capacity to use. You've gotten this knowledge, you've participated in these different workshops, you know what it needs for you to register on the National Supplier Database. Now it is time for us to act. Previously, people used to talk about oil, it will come, but now it's here. We need to also act as fast as possible. So if you're a company and you're not yet registered on the National Supplier Database, maybe that needs to be a point of urgency for you. And the requirements that you need are mainly 5 requirements to register. And I think all of them are free. Okay, apart from registration. So the 5 requirements you need. The first one is a certificate of incorporation or registration to show that your company is actually in existence. The second requirement that you need is your articles of association or your URSB annual return to show us who are your shareholders and who are your directors. The third requirement you need is a tax clearance certificate from URA. Now, a tax clearance just shows that you are meeting your obligations. If you have to file your taxes, you file. If you have some taxes to pay, you pay. The fourth requirement is an NSSF clearance certificate. This also you will be able to get from NSSF by registering your company to make sure you pay Social Security for your staff. Then the final requirement is a bank reference letter from your bank writing to us, telling us this person has an account here, so that when you're given an opportunity, you actually have a place where they will be able to make your payments through. So those 5 requirements are fairly easy to get. We have commitment from all these different agencies that they will support you once you approach them. And the registration on the supplier database is free of charge. So once you have these documents, we will be on hand to support you. We are currently making sure we have different awareness sessions in the different districts. But even if there's no awareness session going on and you've organized yourselves and you say, we are a group of 20 companies or 50 from Bulisa or from Noya, and we have our companies ready, kindly send us some people to come and support us. As the authority, we will make sure we get you people to come and support you register. Because for the last, I think, a month and a half, we have consistently had teams in the field trying to support people to register. So let's take advantage of these opportunities. And in line with that, we are also always on hand to support you when you have any issues with maybe your different contractors or your employers. We are always on hand to make sure that you are treated fairly. When it comes to procurements, that the procurements are done in line with the laws, that there is fair competition, that you're given due consideration. And when you have any challenges, we always encourage you to always reach out to us so that we can be able to support you. We work very closely. I'd like to say we consider the contractors our partners with whom we work cordially to ensure that if there are any issues, they are resolved in the most amicable way. Because it's always a good way to work when you collaborate. And that's an approach we've taken up as the authority. We hold a lot of different engagements to see that we come up with solutions to the challenges that arise. So if you're a contractor and you're having challenges around payments or any other challenges around how you're executing your work, you can always engage us and we will be on hand to support you in collaboration with your different clients. So with that, I'd like to first to again thank McDermott, Sinopec and ESSA for putting this together, because it's always an opportunity for you to hear from them the different opportunities for you to participate. But apart from coming and listening to these opportunities to participate, make sure you participate. Take up these opportunities. Let them not go to other people who are not here. Because these community engagements are one of the ways we ensure community participates. But if you come and you sit here and then they advertise and you don't participate, the opportunities will go elsewhere because the work has to be done. So I call on you to look for the different ways you can make sure you participate. Partner, subcontract, whichever mode works for you. If you need, do a joint venture, because there are different ways for you to ensure you can learn. If you don't have enough experience as partners, seek out a joint venture. Get someone from out there who has been in the sector. Let them handhold you. The authority will be on hand to support you through these different arrangements that you come up with. So with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and for making the time to come and participate in these supplier workshops, because we feel they are very important. And we'll be on hand to support you should you have any need for support from the authority. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Abaziri bigambo birungi hoi. Njana kuhindula oli. Kia kirimani kulemeraho abaziri nti ngo mimilimo waba wegiri okusobora kwaye ku hayo sente ondiki kuteka mu sente mu kintu wenke wekwata muntu wondi. Baganda bako bagali amwe go gakola kyani gasikanya makweniza na mulugungu de twinake agali awamu ge gakola ki. Yes, kati it is very important that tukwatire hamwe wabano kuona katukobe onaduka ona mezo na sabuni beto na katoni kama 15 ogende usamwira na katoni nkaga mukwatire hamwe aleke mu supplying tali byako bako birisamwira akora ati gede kankore ati otagusamba nokulemesa olemesa otagira mwira mwitima tukwatire hamwe aleke tuone ntingo tukori kyani tufunire muona kyo kyakire ona kumanyisa hoyi yako bamukusa ku registeringa aleke nywedede musobore kola kyani kutunda bintu oba kuyamba hona kusupplyinga bintu zi companies kwaokana yako ba bintu bitano ibaza kubamba etaga ona kubana certificate gikwolo kyanti ngo biribiri company gyamu gi handikisirie halo na NSSF o confirming nti ngo biribiri yogo muntu bakori bamwe yakababa funiri aza kubana basasulira sente zo NSSF gibakola kyani gibasala hona ona clearinga kuruga mu URA kuona ntingo toina ibanza lindiliense kandi lyakabandi liyo beraba ogende oli sasule ona kubana baruha gikuruga mukyani mu banka gikwolo kyanti ngo biribiri ona account kandi wakabora biri muona omari ku registeringa okusagya na meso sente zamo mbazirabya hagyo account yabaza ntingo kibaki rungi hoyi kuona ntingo bakoregeni hamwe na bantu ekandi hamwe na kampuni zikwawo kana kuona ntingo ba maririze nsonga za bantu kukira mani kampuni gya bangilo hona gita ngina nsonga na bakori baona ntingo bengiri muona nka pao bayambiri kandi zo nsonga bazimalirize yako babana bakoragana hamwe kuona ntingo hakaba muona nsonga katukobe ntingo halo kampuni gyo kubanja gichakali kusasula bairaba okusaku bamanyisia bechara ha district bana office okusagienda yona no bamanyisia aleke bakuyambe hona yakoba kirungi hoyi akiriri mona kirungi hoyi tukwatagane kwatagana na mwira wamu halona ba suppliers bakwaukana bala kirokia dero muba meeting gya kamalika tukiyegiri muna bintu bindi byakora beto dakika gimwe ebiri oweni muntu gwo kwendya kunyumya wana nayo nyumya nayo aleka kuhaure undika kuwereke kusakora kuona ntingo wededo joining undiko kwatageni nayo mukori business tule hamwe na hawe yatyo. I guess GCC is ready. Yes, GCC bagya kumaliriza presenting abaka maliriza, then we shall be going in for our lunch break. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. McDermott, Sinopec, and ESA, thank you for having us. My name is Anita. I'm the Human Resource Manager at GCC Services. And under the HR department, we also take care of the national content and the social aspect of the business. So we've been in the sector for close to 14 years now, before with Talo Oil, Total, Sinok, and now McDermott, our client as well. We have 2 projects running, one on the Total side in Bulisa, and the other one, which is the McDermott contract in Tilenga. Who are we? We provide life support services, camp full management services, and we cater for the camp all the way from the kitchen, landscaping, facilities maintenance. So we've been in the community. We have shared our story many times. We have some of your children with us from the community. This is how our recruitment is looking. We have 2% expatriates, so about 3 employees. And I can't see from here. And 50% from the national, and about 48 or 45 employees from the community. The project is still ramping up. We are still growing. We are currently in the recruitment project. We just returned from the community, from a balloting process that you will see later on. So that's how the expatriate against the community and the other nationals are looking. I hope it's clear for you to see. We are right now about 197 employees, and we are going to be going up to, by peak season, we might be up to 500 in total. And our target is to ensure about 300 are from the community. Thank you. That's the balloting process that we just came from. Recently, this should be our second. We carried our first ballot process last year, around July. It was the biggest for both projects. And now we have had another one that has been successful. In the middle is one of the community people celebrating for being selected in the ballot process. Here is how we do the process, with the presentation from both clients for the support. And this is to show transparency. And then now this is the social aspect of our project. We've had stakeholder engagements, as you will see in our next slide. We've had engagements with the community leaders, engagements with farmers, the community leaders, the district leaders, the local leaders. This is to give them the project updates so that they know what we do, why we are here, where we are headed, and we initiate these engagements before they call us. We offer clarity on recruitment so that by the time the community comes to the leaders are equipped with this information. We update them on the progress of the activities. Where are we now? Where will we be going? And how will the community be part of that plan? We also engage the local leaders. We'll engage the other stakeholders, the NGOs, and keep them updated periodically on what we are doing. We have community supplier engagements. These are built to promote supplier involvement, local supply involvement in our project. We provide food on the site and facilities maintenance, so we are mainly into local farmers, local groups, and how we can build them to meet industry standards. The other one is the labor management plan. Under the labor management plan, emphasis is put on the local recruitment, which I've already said. Social induction, so after we've hired you and you've come into the site, we equip you with all that you need to understand the job. We teach you about anti-corruption and anti-bribery, and how to work as a good, diligent worker, gender-based violence, human rights and child labor, diversion and inclusion, because we have a team from all walks of life, sanitation and hygiene. Of course, we are in the food and food business, and that's very important for our team to be neat so that we don't have any issues. We train our team on the code of business ethics and how to report any grievances or any issues that might come to them. We also have to take care of the cultural heritage. We are different people, different cultures. We had a case in the community where the men were telling us, for us, we don't wash saucepans. And some of our work is pot wash. We have to wash saucepans. And we have to integrate all these topics. Financial literacy, and the one that I like mainly is the fair labor. The fair labor takes employees through their rights as employees, and it goes through the tax, tells them about the age for being employed and child labor and sexual harassment and how to report and how to be protected when you report. Like Nancy said, we've had a corporate social responsibility both last year and this year, and this will continue to happen. And those are the pictures of the team and the Total team and MDR team with us when we did the CSR early this year. We delivered beds. These are also attached to the client's commitments for CSR. We have done electricity installation and ICT facilities to Kisiambe Primary School. We provided reusable pads and also took the girls through how to have sanitary and everything involving that, how to be hygienic. We shared scholastic materials for 100 people in 5 schools in Kisomere, Kijanji, Kisiambe. I'm sure Owen is like, how is she mentioning these names? Repair of 4 beds in 3 villages, and in these were in the hospitals, and many more others, and we'll continue to do this. We know that we cannot do business here without the support of the community, so we continue to connect with the community in different... This is the supplier training plan that we have for the suppliers. We have had a few challenges with the local suppliers, and I will discuss that in our next slide in challenges. But it's also our job to equip them, to teach them the industry standards, to teach them about how to cost their products, because sometimes we have found that their products are more expensive than the competitor products, which does not make business sense for us. So we would like to support the community, but on top of that, we run a business. So we have to ensure that we bring them somewhere where we can agree, both GCC and the suppliers. That's a picture of the team when they were visiting one of the suppliers and training. We do this also on a quarterly basis, and GCC has engaged more than 100 suppliers. We do eggs, meat, anything that you have within the community, and those are some of the suppliers that we are working with and we have trained and empowered. That's a picture with the Ngwedo egg supplier with our health. This is our QC team, training them on standards, on how to storage, how to package. Yeah, these are a few challenges that we've had on the project. We sometimes have hired a team, and they need teens, and of course they need to register for NSSF. And some of them don't even have the national ID yet. There's a whole NIRA office in Bulisa, so we have been empowering them with that. We signed them up for NSSF, we signed them up for teens, and the team has also started to learn these requirements, the local community. Some people are now coming with some of these documents. Of course, like one of colleagues said from the recruitment agency, we are having community recruitment versus competence. Sometimes we've got on the site and the client is like, these people can't work. So we keep training and training. Of course, you also have to understand where they're coming from. They've not been employed maybe for many years, so it's training after training. And we have had a success story from our previous projects with Tallow Oil, where we saw many community workers develop into leaders and technical team. They came in as general workers, and now they are welders and they are technicians. There's a learning curve, of course. You have a project to run, but then the team is still learning to get to that level where the client wants us to be. So you find that the speed on the site is very fast, but the team has to go through the learning curve. There's limited supplier capacity. Yes, you find we need almost 200 trays of egg per month, and someone has about 10. So those are challenges we are finding with the supply. industry standards. Of course, some suppliers are not meeting some standards, but it's also our job. It's an opportunity to train them to get to where the stand, or to what we need in them for standards. Next slide. That's it. Okay. Thank you so much. That's it from us.
Thank you very much, Anita. Yes, abaziri bintu birungi hoi. Bikira unenenya kalimbi baziri. Abaziri HGCC kibakora baina contracts ebiri. Baina contract gimwe direct na Total. Bakora mulimo gogumwe. Then baina contract gindi na McDermott natwe. So, gie tugila haka sinyi. Contract gibaina gyo na Total. Gyo gidi kampu gya ulisya. Ha nyapeya. Betu kampu zensenya. Kiramani gigi yetu balona kwa nantingo. Biakula, biandia. Na mulingo gutwe bakamu. Kutukiliningira roomzi. Babi korona. Bakoba, bakori hamwe na bantu bakurugamu community. Baheri bantu nkabe 13 kurugamu community. Milimo. Kandi bagia kuongera bafune bandi. Yabaza mulingo gutwagendera mona aukia ha momo giwiki. Ngikutandika twalinga mbyaru bikwa okana nka 2-3 hatwagende twafuna bakori ba GCC. Baba olokere bisani muweni muntu nkawuya kundiri malu yasima ruhanga webale kunyamba nkakola kyani nkarabamu betu nkwenda kubamanyisya nti ngo wironde ubasima ruhanga beberera hawo akudwa kudina funanga suzindi gyakyo kyombezu kyani mbawera izuka kandi gyamakinga face ulungi yenda nkwata face nimbawera kwizuka kiro wara biri mona karuru kata kwa ikangu waloka bere mubache yamani bakonjolera kaba kwa ikangu betu muntu naraba mukaruru kandi ni yebera wangu. So nimbe izukia, don't you forget how you celebrated, how you knelt, celebrating and thanking God for having gotten that job. So kili kihando hoi, ntingo GCC na company zetu zikuwa okana, bagendiri meiso bahagana bantu beitu, milimo. Baba za ku training zibakori. Bantu halogede bambu ene biri mali, bengiri mbaraba muka boxi, betu deru bali ba assistant cooks, bakuyamba na GCC mujokoni, bandi bali ba supervisor kuona ntingo betu byo byensenya babifuna kurabira mu ngeso nakukora wafujo yangu awangu nyegiri kwa bibabi kumweta bangu awangu kututiga bawo so bera baba fujo bawo tukubendia kwa twendya muntu yegiri na mkira ko bawera mwege na kugienyu gianda aha kubanyegiri gyange wabote egiri gyamo kwa mugoli nyineko kwendoleta wanyineka mu camp webere ntingo oza kuagia muntu mwihi mubebe wenole mule ako bawo oragira kwa mwamu okwena nakuragira mu company bawo bangu awangu kututiga nkwena ko bamanyisya akudwa kudinka wabaziri GCC gikwa okana na company zindi mulimo gwa GCC kuona ntingo okusa kuingirira muka box bakuwerero gena kuyamba hona hatu we bakuba bakwero geno na ebintu akuba kwa mwamu oragira binabyo bamukugula sabuni niwende leta teka Hello mnyakunseksia okay twageni twabaza GCC bakusa kuteka mu department mana department zikwa okana hello kuteka mubana ya bintu bobeta pot wash hello kuba mu housekeeping kuona ntingo cleaning room wali bitabu hello na kuona ntingo bakuteri mu service hegene bantu kusavinga bedio beta ati baona kusigikira ku usobozi wamu hatu we namaza nokuta mukasani kwa mwangende nyineka kitabu bala kyale daruo gena kyala kandi okwadira wondi atala omwe batali babiri niwala kiombe ko kiyense muntu ogu so dekiba kirungi nyawere bantu bakali badulu benyi makabekiriza mukeiza mukakora mukwiza kufuna chance oiziri ibawe cheri nofunanga uzibu na wegiri kwa kwala kitabu bintu binayo ambisigala omasaju omuheri nsu sani gikununka nyama akuba wanabire kwa koronge bintu betu GCC baku training ambe kunabya sahani nzisiana wamanyiririzi zetu za plastic kudoge na kudilinga na bintu yabyo moti go byatiri de GCC gitabaza so bana ku traininga aleke wege odokuba kwa mwamu bantu mbakutina nokweyo noli smart noli neat zozo training zi company zikwa okana gizikori kyane gizikori so nkunimba simira kimwe kandi nimbwera bantu banyineka bala habera bawanyineka unausambira utwira kudi tubana ba supervisors tubana ba foremen n'abantu batukora nabo kitinisa buli omwana kwagana mwira kitinisa regardless bantu bakwamwetu bana nkobetete gaberu bandi muntu akudana kwa gyana yatete bintu kwa mwange nindi ndagira ulagiri nyasembiridi kuna bintu so gira kona ati bakwetiri muna meeting gya kido yaswiri kora kukora kyani no mudombu kyani mugyenye kuna kwa ebintu weziri kola ki mpapura zamu ziyaye milimo mima ku haba kuwereri ati bantu batabegiri kuteka muloko ngunyengiri ninku kora laundry haba banabiri yangoyi niyendi mpaka wango watu iningiri mbale sigala modi izuka bakusa kumuhindula bakuona hawafuniri muona agenda funena skill gindi gyakwega mulingo banabi abintu beta kubambile momiliko akwena kwa igenda kuna abintu nakutama usani gyakwa mwangende nyineka nabyatete bintu so such things we are trying our level best to make sure that we teach and sensitize our community members, and it is up to you leaders to help us. Let us work together so that we sensitize our people. Tuweba baheri milimo beraba tukwatiri hamwe kantu gena kwa kujuaha twegwe tutwamanyiriri mbwera abantu tudira koluleme gyandira koluleme kabenta ali mugungu kweniza kwa denya akaba mu kitongole ako banyaso milikuwa engineering hati bampegulaye so mulingo ndira koluleme twina kuyambagana kuona tingo tuyambiri bantu betu bafuniri milimo betu bekirize kuhindula kandi bahindule mwana mukyane mungesuzi yao GCC gya heriyo na bitabu bya bakali babyarira mwana avogera bakori kwa ikikyo kisaba bayambiri kuterekereria byoma bikwawukana mu byaro bikwawukana baheriyo n'abana masomero reusable pads basambiriri kwa yaho mbaga na scholastic materials nka bitabu seti na peni na pencil babantu bana basingiri mu bilasi bikwawukana so bakore bintu byamani hoy kuona ntingo baconsideringiri muntu wa hansi ondiki muntu wa mu community mwebale hoy kweniza byensenya mbisamarizingiri nkubasima hawawire wenyu mbwendi bandi mutandikiri kugozoka ampula so katumanze tunie tukuyo bakala umwake kare mwanyeri kachai so na hawo yatyo tugenda kusimba laini kya mwezi twina we have 2 serving points. We are going in for our lunch session. The first serving point is at the entrance, and then another one right behind there. So feel free to queue up and get something for yourself. Then after we shall go in for our second last session. Thank you so very much. Mwebale hoi. Tutaka berigenda. Before we go, we have leaders who can lead us in a word of God. They told me we shouldn't leave this place. So any good Samaritan, a well-wisher who can give us a prayer, please, who can bless our lunch, you're most welcome. Okay. Bairaba bintu binolwao bileona binene mani tubirabye mu wiki nkusako akubatero sambu dakika 5 kubango beri betu twanguye hona kuona ntingo tumalirize lunch tunire twiriri for our next session akuba saha munani kichweka tunakubantu tumaliriza. Okay? Yeah? So we are going to have a prayer. He's coming. Thank you. We are going to have a prayer. A pastor is going to bless our meal. Then after, please let us keep time. We are really time bound. Let us go have our lunch and come back on time. Thank you.
Katusabe. Isito murungi kusima kunyumeza. Kwa isa nkutendeza ruhanga wanga tatu mwesigwa. Kusima haba meeting nebigambo byo tuhuliro bihomugisa. Leka nsabire byo kulia kamanga tatu bihomugisa nabagenda kubidya nababetekanize nabahomugisa kubwa kwiteso mukama wetu. Amen.
Thank you very much. We can queue in bits. I can't say that this team go, but let's find a way of regulating the lines. Tufune kya kudya. Mwebale hoi.
EGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the nation-building journey while creating value for all its stakeholders. SR, making in India, making India. SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Power, one of India's top private sector power producers. SR Ports, India's second largest private port operator. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in project execution. Metals and Mining, world-class proven reserves in North America and Indonesia. SR Shipping and Oilfield Services, among India's leading private sector shipping companies. AGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the nation-building journey while creating value for all its stakeholders. SR, making in India, making India. SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Power, one of India's top private sector power producers. SR Ports, India's second largest private port operator. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in project execution. Metals and Mining, world-class proven reserves in North America and Indonesia. SR Shipping and Oilfield Services, among India's leading private sector shipping companies. AGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the nation-building journey while creating value for all its stakeholders. SR, making in India, making India. SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Power, one of India's top private sector power producers. SR Ports, India's second largest private port operator. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in project execution. Metals and Mining, world-class proven reserves in North America and Indonesia. SR Shipping and Oilfield Services, among India's leading private sector shipping companies. AGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the nation-building journey while creating value for all its stakeholders. SR, making in India, making India. SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Power, one of India's top private sector power producers. SR Ports, India's second largest private port operator. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in project execution. Metals and Mining, world-class proven reserves in North America and Indonesia. SR Shipping and Oilfield Services, among India's leading private sector shipping companies. AGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the nation-building journey while creating value for all its stakeholders. SR, making in India, making India. SR Global Fund, a portfolio of world-class companies managed by its investment manager, SR Capital. An integral part of the journey of nation building for the last 50 years. Building some of India's best industrial assets that have attracted the world's largest companies to invest in India. The greenfield assets we have built and monetized have brought in significant foreign direct investment into India. Vodafone SR, one of India's most respected telecom operators with a huge subscriber base. SR Oil, among India's most advanced oil refining companies. Aegis, in the league of the fastest growing BPO companies. SR Steel, India's largest single location flat steel manufacturer. We have played a vital role in the country's development, investing more than rupees 2 lakh crore. We have also fulfilled our corporate social responsibility through focused community uplift programs. Our current portfolio of businesses straddle the following sectors. SR Oil UK, a strategic asset ensuring UK's energy security. SR Exploration and Production, the foremost unconventional energy player in India. SR Power, one of India's top private sector power producers. SR Ports, India's second largest private port operator. SR Projects, over 5 decades of experience in project execution. Metals and Mining, world-class proven reserves in North America and Indonesia. SR Shipping and Oilfield Services, among India's leading private sector shipping companies. AGC Networks, among the 10 fastest growing go-to technology solution providers and integrators in the ICT domain. Armed with a substantially lighter balance sheet, guided by a stellar leadership team, and bolstered by sustainable earnings from portfolio businesses, we are today poised to embark on a journey of continuous growth. SR continues to be a part of the
Thank you. Bali hanze bairaba. Okay, mwebale yona mukyamwisi. Bale hanze bairaba, whoever is outside, please. Let's come and we conclude this. kale yona mukyamwinsi kantekereze nnyo nse mwikitiri. We'll be back from the lunch break. Hope everyone is okay. And the way I understand, to the best of my knowledge, after lunch, yeah, you know what happens after lunch. Before all that comes up, let us try to summarize so that we can take our leave. I understand some people have lost their dear ones and have to go and attend burial. So let us make it snappy and we get going. Ncherikoba, halona byaro binanfu oba abantu bandi bakwendya genda ku rufu. So nkwendya abantu babano na kikagizo waba wegiro na kikagizo mwirama kiwulirye kandi tutakiramu hawa awire aleke bakwendya genda ku rufu ondikikora milimo myawo mindi basangwa nge mbakola kyandi mbagenda tugenda mu bikagizo na answer. Kyo kyakabaki mali kiri twiza kwegwa Lubazu kurugali RDC, our guest of honor. Yakaba malirize, then twiza kufuna closing remarks from McDermott. Then McDermott yakaba malirize muhandu kubaza twiza kubana group photo. Kisisani twense twiza kuluka hadi hamadara gabaiza kutolokya aleke twense nyatube mukisani batukute group photo kisani kikolo kyanti ngo biri mweziri mwaba hagi workshop tulamwe. So na hawe yate tugenda mu wire wabikagizo mtu wabano na kikagizo mwatuganyira liza ku banka somero obyokye mukono aleke owulye kikagizo then bakwire mona mwebale hoy. Okay. Sorry, I need to be reminded. Being a Mugungu, Lugungu is too much in this head. So I've been saying we are going in question and answer session. So if you have a question or anything to question, basically question, then answers. So if you have a question, you raise up your hand, then you ask, you give us time to, you tell us your name. If you don't mind, you can even tell us the village or your responsibility. Then after we note down the question, then you wait for feedback. I think at the end we shall get like 5 questions and then we get feedback for those, like that, okay? But let's avoid repeating questions. If someone has talked about employment, regardless of which way it will be employment, you can avoid and get to another question. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for the invite. Yeah, I'm going to be audible enough. Protocol observed. My name is Isaac Ankuba, and I chair the NGO for us. We very well know that we are talking about oil, and oil is a national resource. It belongs to all Ugandans. But my point was that we need to be mindful of the priority districts, and Bulisa being one of them. I thought it wise that we involve it so much. I was very much impressed by the figures you were giving about recruitment. Those figures were very good. But my point here is I wanted to know from you how many of those from Bulisa specifically, because I'm from Bulisa, are in senior management positions. I know you'll say, do you have qualifications for these jobs? Bacha took an initiative to develop a database for the professionals from Bulisa. Now, my view is that I want to interest you before you outsource. Can we have a look at the database developed by Bacha to know whether the qualifications we are looking for are not there in Bulisa or they are there? Well, for you, you only go in the villages when you want these people to pick the ballot papers. Yes, these ones, I mean the ballot box, what. But those ones are casual workers. My interest is I want to see people from Bulisa in senior management positions. I've only heard from one person there who has presented, and that was Matongo, who is a social and content manager. But the rest are CLO, CLO, CLO. Did we qualify to become CLOs? Only. Second point, under the corporate social responsibility initiative, I want you to be guided on how you come up with this. Do you just think of that these people want beds, they want books, they want solar panels? How do you come up with these initiatives? Why don't you also look at the development plans we have at different local governments? You look at the sub-county, you look at the districts, the non-funded priorities, and you engage them. You fund those projects. We know it is not your responsibility to do all these things because that is a non-recoverable cost. But if you want to help the people of Bulisa, look at the development plans, not thinking of that these people want solar panels, they want books. Who told you we need your books? Who told you? We need them, but is it our priority? We need all what you give. Is it our priority? Thirdly, is on capacity building initiatives. I was reading a report by Sunmaker, and to be more specific, on people who are taken for welding course training at the other school in Buhimba. Yes, Buhimba. These people are taken for 2 weeks, for 10 weeks. Those are 70 days. 70 days training, minus weekends, that these people are only trained for 50 days. Because you have to subtract the weekends. You remain with only 50 days training. And in their report, they were specific and they said that these people, after we train them, they are not absorbed elsewhere. Me, I feel that the time given to these people is very short, very limited. They don't get enough capacity. Can you increase on the time these people are trained? And also, when you are launching out these programs, you're taking these children for training, do you involve LC1 chairpersons and LC3s, chairman LC5, and so that they are around when you are launching them, other than waiting to see photos here that these people are in Buhimba, these ones did this. So can we also involve the local leadership when you are launching such programs? I rest my case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those questions that you've raised. There will be...
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Allow me to observe all protocols. I'm Kolo Jacob, Councillor 5 for Prong Town Council, but the Secretary for Production, Works and Technical Services in Noya District Local Government. My elder has spoken a lot. Allow me just ask this question and give about two concerns. One, we wonder as a district, because when I saw people were presenting here, a lot of the word priority was being used. I don't know if it was just a legal word being used, priority, and they're not considered at the end of the day. Because we wonder what criteria is used when employment is being done, that the last and the first time you see some positions being recruited is when it's being advertised on the district notice board, and that is the end of the story. And as the same as he asked, we asked and tasked Total, I worked for Total. We tasked Total to give us the list of people that have been recruited in Noya district, whether casual, whether what, up to date, up to tomorrow. Not even the name of a dishwasher did we see anywhere. Can we have this so that as leaders we get to know that you are really handling the national content as you're saying it, not just on paper, but being seen. Secondly, this goes to my fellow political leaders. If we do not rise up as ourselves, as I heard the gentleman from Bulisa lamenting, I think Noya was supposed to lament more than he has been lamenting. Because for us in Noya, we think Bulisa is better off. Now, if Bulisa is crying like this, I think we should now commit suicide. Because when you see Bulisa, we have roads, we have this, we have that. In why you're not going to see any presence of any oil or gas, anything apart from having the camps there that are being filled with feces and nothing else. Can we see something tangible? Apart from McDermott that came and trained our girls on how to make PPEs, and I was the chief guest that day, I've not seen any other thing up to tomorrow. Can we see? I know CSR is not by force, but it's something that you as a person you think of and bring it on board. Can we see some of these things? Because most cases when we ask, the answer we are given is that the oil in Noya is in the park, but the park is not in air. It's not hanging somewhere. It's still in our land. It's still in our district. Finally, it's a call to those that are supplying these oil companies and are supplying the camps with food stuff and all this. Noya district, we boast of a lot of food stuff, but we don't see people coming there. The last thing you hear is standard, this and that, but you've been coming to train people. How do you train people and you don't even buy from there anyway? Are you just making reports to go and do whatever you want to do with it? We don't understand. And as he said, you're training our people 2 weeks, how many weeks for welding, and you're not absorbing them. Don't you think you're causing more danger in the community if you don't get these people on your side? Because the reason why you cannot employ them is you've under-trained them. Now you want them to go and weld things for us, and we end up getting accidents from what they welded. Can you style up on that? Thank you so much. For God and my country.
Pakwach?
The chief guest, protocol observed. One, I would like to supplement on what Isaac said. I'm called Bamutwaki William. I'm chairperson of Kiere Village, Chigweda Sub-County, Bulisa District. Sunmaker takes our children for driving courses. But after these courses, these children are not given, there's a certificate called what driving? Defensive driving. Up to date, nothing has been given to them. Total official came here and told us what they are doing, but he never mentioned even a single challenge. The challenge we are facing, people of Chigwara, is one. One of them is the water from CPF up to Lake Albert. These waters have destroyed people's homesteads. Some time back, people lost animals and so many other things. I would like to know from Total, what plan do they have for our people? Thank you.
I want to balance out districts. No, Pakwach? No.
Thank you very much. I'm by the names of Kawawa Rashid. I'm the Speaker Pakwach Town Council and representing my chairman LC3. I have one or two questions here. One, we have got an issue with the so-called petroleum companies. Thank God they employ our people in these hardcore jobs, digging the trenches and so on and so forth. But within 2 or 3 days, this chap has been sacked. They recruit them, they sack them summarily, just like that, within 3 or 2 days. Now, here we are seeing religious leaders, cultural leaders, and so on. But when it comes to recruiting them, we are not there. When it comes to sacking them, we are not even consulted. And yet you are saying, go and talk to your people. Somehow we could use this chance, the one we have between us and you, to talk to our people and see who you are recruiting. Probably we would be having the best of the cream among our people in the community. But you end up saying your people are uncultured, they are lazy, they cannot cope up, and so on. And those are our people. Why can't you use us? Secondly, our cultural leaders. Some of us, Pakwach Town Council and Pakwach District in particular, we are highly and rooted in culture. Our cultural leaders have been left out. When it comes to lamentation, it's all over the place. Culture, culture, this, culture, that. But we've never seen an instance where the cultural leaders are involved in some of these things. What is happening? Are we face saving or we are really serving the nation? Thank you.
Bulisa.
Protocol observed. Herbert Lukum, Ira Chairperson, Law Council 1, Wanseko. I'm really absolutely glad and contented upon this current dialogue. I'm having two major concerns from my area as a leader. One, I'm trying to supplement at that same point people are discussing about the employment opportunity. Find they're calling it employment opportunity, they are there. Now look at that so-called Wanseko cell. You come to my area, chairman, you are coming to a place for recruitment. I'm going to ask the audience about 3,000 inhabitants fighting for employment. At the end, you only recruit 4 residents. And then you call it recruitment. And once in a while, since those people came to my area, they have never returned anymore out of those 4 residents they took. 2, I know these good roads we are talking of, tarmacked areas, once ago, right from, we had, that road project under Yundra, that came in right from Hoima, we used to call it Hoima Butao once ago road project. Well, we appreciate the roads are good, well tarmacked, but you have one challenge with contractor. Those guys were Siko contractors. They had worked on Wasiko Road well, and that construction, we had a flood that came in during COVID 2020. We had 2 that were hit, both COVID and flood. That's what we had experienced. COVID had hit my residents. Again, water also came in and hit. Until all that place you're seeing, where the phrase docking has come towards the north, within the center area, had all submerged. You look at that 4-bed building, they are just submerged. Now what they did, they came and began, raising up the road, applying stones, marams, until they raised it up. Now what they did later on was, they had abandoned it. It's not even, they had abandoned it in the absence of a proper drainage system. I mean, drainage system that may have, trying to connect water down to the lake shores. Of recent, we had a rain, heavy downpour. The place had absolutely, submerged, and people had to engage him. Chairman, look at what's happening. And you know that all those roads came upon the influence of this oil project. Why should people languish? You staying here, you calling it project, you're enjoying what residents are languishing. It may impact in enmity. People may end up, they may end up starting demonstrating. That's what we're trying to avoid. So that's my major concern. Please, if you think I'm lying, go to Wanseko as a joint team from different companies, Snowpack among others. You engage public in the absence. Public discussion with people, dialogue. You tell them, they will tell a lot about roads. So please, go down and look at your area. And that's the very place which used to house the initial step was, what the expense was. The entire employees used to be accommodated at the same place Wanseko. And the others living there. Now, how could it happen? We are accommodating people while you are languishing. So, Mr. Aradis, I've presented before all of you, please, you intervene. Then last, I'm going to draw ED's attention for you to intervene as well, because they're in charge of the roads. Thank you very much.
I think that is the right direction. UNURA, government, and the contractor. CCC? Yep. Siko. Yeah, Siko. Noya? Noya?
I observe all the protocols. My name is Onguti David. I represent workers at the district of Noya district, and I'm here in the capacity of the LC5. My question is actually very direct. When it comes to recruitment from other oil companies or subcontractors, they advertise, they send the adverts, they had a site in the district, but when it's time for recruitment, we'll tell you, get to Oima or get to Masinda and you do interview from that site. And yet you are given limited times to go and do the interview, not forgetting the hardship that the people are going through. At times you need to mobilize for transport to and fro. At times they claim they would be transporting you and accommodating you and feeding you. When you reach there, nothing happened. My request is let the people of Pakwach and Noya be given one center where they would be doing interviews rather than taking our children that aside, all that long distance, and at the end of the day, they also fail. Two, oil is a natural stuff that can get exhausted. But there are certain things that will not be exhausted. And we are blessed when it comes to tourism. That is Noya, Bulisa, and Pakwach. My chairman, one, is complaining of the wetland. I would call it wetland. But there are birds and a number of other aquatics life that is supposed to be there. I know Total E&P or Total Energies should be having elements of tourism. I would advise that you try to promote tourism more, because at the end of the day, when the oil is done, tourism will never go anywhere. Thank you very much.
Pakwach?
I salute everybody in here. Call me Isaac Ouchavona Mandir. I'm the Prime Minister of Kalpovongo, where Town Council, Pakwach Town Council is in. Because of culture, you will allow me to use our local language, and I do ask somebody from Pakwach or from Noya to translate. I want to prove whether we have senior personnel who can do translation within the system. Well, afoyo dano cheke, amotu cheke inying Yesu. I think ape kule mapola kecha, what I want to emphasize on, ginmamita chungi wiye matek, lempa ja. Culturally, aja tie gin mapire tek, makage warengo ruenyo pin cheke. Can you translate? Yeah. Where somebody is bringing? Oh, come and translate. So we don't have anybody from Pakwach who can translate, which that one tells me that there are no recruitment in Pakwach.
They are there.
They are there.
CLO is from Pakwach.
Oh, this one is from Pakwach.
A lady.
A lady.
Yours,
but I'm not seeing her.
She's not here today.
Okay. I think you can translate.
Yeah, you can translate. Maybe I request you to come out.
Okay. Gilmana wechu awachinia, and emphasizing wilembe madano mokende giwechu ikomle michoyo dani teach.
Thank you so much. My name is called Philip Sokelo, CLO Sinopec North Nile. I would like to translate what my casserole leader is saying from Pakwach. Basically, is talking about recruitment. That we are always talking about recruitment, but we don't have transparency in the recruitment process.
One machalo cultural leaders, they were go ish, you know.
For them, like the cultural leaders from Pakwach, they are not contented with our recruitment system, and always they keep on putting them, okay, our recruitment process aside, not just putting them completely with them together.
Pien involvement par Rodi Chak knock ibojonen mi total.
Because the involvement of the cultural leaders from the site of Kampu, that's Total, is too limited, really.
Pakwach district take cultural leaders marama parabero district.
Like for Pakwach district, under the cultural system settings, they have around 17 SIPs within the settings.
So no wakwayo ni akad recruitment mokotie weketu wakel iudana mabecho. Obed kamik iwa ngech de weketu wayero dano from the chiefdoms.
So his request is like if like you intend to conduct recruitment, especially within Pakwach, you need to kindly liaise with the chief, actually the cultural leaders, so that they can bring for you good people in the system.
Pe teach kende go kadi sensitizing dano de chalo awinju juma kende kibeka wechunia giwoti community miponjo dano. If you can use cultural leaders, I think this will be the best way kitemo makogi point ku sensitizing ko dano.
It's not only about recruitment, it's also concerning the creation of awareness in the communities. if you feel like you want to conduct community creation awareness, the community awareness, kindly also you need to liaise with them so that they can support you and really they can give you the best people who can help you to conduct the awareness in the community.
A presentation ma meule ma winjo maber, a winjo weche kom lembe mi kabedo mi rangora pakwaro.
When you were giving here a presentation, he also heard you talking about some good places for the cultural areas.
Ma kongo kude bedi just for a presentation enu kende otundi te kala shell ma onongo nia kabedo makomeno tie ikamote mietish.
So this should not just stop here in talking and the discussion here. It should be put into action whereby you have to go and check in each and every area where there's this cultural setting and you give the implementation of what you have been talking about here.
Ajiko ko washonia aja tie gin mapirete komomo aingom ka gitiyo kuda jango omone chamo ko chopo rwenyo afoyo.
And it's now ending by saying that transparency is very important, especially in oil and gas. And if we keep aside transparency, this thing sometimes could end without anything. We shall achieve nothing and maybe the project can end. That's what he was trying to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have 7 questions so far. 3 from Bulisa, 2 from Noya, and 2 from Pakwach. So we want to make it to 10 and then we respond. TC, Bulisa.
Thank you. My name is Godfrey Bisinge, a resident of Wanseko and town clerk of Bulisa Town Council. I have 2 concerns, but I would want to first extend appreciation to GCC for the services they are offering to our communities. Even if someone here mentioned that they don't consult, but those areas are critical areas. And last time I had promised to write to Total to appreciate the GCC. And the way they even handle local business communities. Other companies should really take GCC as an example. The other issue is about local service tax. I think oil companies, you are really doing very well when it comes to payment of a local service tax. Even before we demand for that money, you will find it in the bank. And that's a good gesture for local development. I have 2 concerns. One goes to LOC1 in Bulisa and in Total. Sometimes there are issues which are of public concern that calls for evidence of the entire village that has an issue. Other than Total getting a letter from LOC1, and if something is of public concern, even before Chairman writes to Total, LOC1 is supposed to express or extend that issue to LOC3 and then district so that we see it very well. For example, Wanseko people are complaining. There used to be trucks from Kampala passing via Wanseko. They would park there, stop there, some of them would sleep there, eat our food, drink in bars and so on. Would get a lot of money. And if you talk of employment, employment is not direct, only direct those companies. And I'm told it was even Chairman Eliswan who has been complaining of employment, who wrote a letter to Total that these trucks should not pass via Wanseko. These days they pass via Ngwedo, and local people in Wanseko are really complaining. Chairman, I think next time you are here, never do that without making people sit and people expressing it as a concern, but don't only imagine. And I would also want to tell you that whatever development that comes in with challenges and it gives us opportunity or take responsibility to guide our people. So we shall not go by that. The other one is about the anger that business community is having when it comes to opportunities for accommodation. I think their concern is that you give them a certain percentage, smallest percentage of those people to sleep in our guest houses. It would be one of the ways where we would also express a local content being extended to us. And the anger is accumulating. It has started with some few, but I can now see very many people are complaining about it. Thank you so much.
PWD.
I thought you would leave me out. My name, Manyireki Julius. I have 3 concerns. The first one, wanted to know very well from all these companies who are here, as person with disability, whether sometimes we are entitled also, or maybe there is no work that person with disability can also do within your companies. The first thing is that this is my request, that when you go, whether it's casual or same skilled or skilled, at least when a person with disability is there, you identify, at least come up with some percentage for a person with disability, so that when you reach there, for example, you go for casual and a person with disability is there, can fit to do that work. That one goes automatic without compromise. Then you remain to choose. If at all you want 3, a person with disability should be automatic aside. Then you go for 2 for competition. That's my request. Secondly, is about to person with disability. We are also facing. You know, I'm disabled and I'm always concerned much about my colleagues. We know our problem. For you may not know, but I always say the door is always open for everybody. But coming out of it is a very problem. The door is closed. So let us always get concerned that the person with disability, their movement alone, mobility, since you are talking about community social responsibility, I'm requesting you also, companies, you are doing other, I've been hearing, you are doing for girls, you are doing for other training. Then you at least come up and buy for us some mobility the device for person like these wheelchairs, because our colleagues are suffering. And yet, so that you enjoy that, we have also oil. Then lastly, I'm talking about I've experienced or seen, and I have evidence that you are recruiting these people sometimes, but somebody has made a mistake or something that is not within what is supposed to do. You tell the person, go home or suspend, but you don't call these people back. I know, based on my know that suspension must have the limit period apart from the expulsion. But these people remain there, you can't go back. Then that is also another challenge you have. Thank you very much.
Members, you need to be very brief when you are asking your questions or your concerns. We have 9 so far. 9 so far. Then the 10th one is promo. No, yeah. Then we respond.
Protocol observed. I'm Dong Michael, District Councillor for Ola Passion. I've got a very serious concern. The whole company talks of national content, but I've been thinking about this, and this has not come out openly. How many people from this region have been sent outside the country to study oil technology? I understand, I'm not confirmed, that some Ugandans, I don't know from which reason, are doing courses for oil technology. Can you clarify on this? Secondly, on the issue of Noya, we have been complaining a lot. At the beginning, we were promised that an institute would be built in Noya district. We struggled and we got the land, but that program just disappeared. And later on, the district was told that instead of the oil institute, it would be changed to agro processing institute. Can you clarify on this? Otherwise, we talk of this national content. I'm afraid that oil is very dangerous. It is a curse. So you please think about it seriously. Thank you.
Nancy, I'm not going to leave out the host chairman LC1 of Kasinyi, the chairman of CPF. Let him first raise his concern, then we respond.
Thank you so much, Mr. Batongo. Protocol observed. I'm called by the name Zibarikoronge Gilbert, chairperson Elson of Kasinyi. I will be having 2 or 3 concerns. One, issue of wetland. In Bulisa here, mostly in Ngwedo sub-county, where my village is, we have identified places of river, maybe where water passes, as we call in our local language. We have Kamonkole, we have Sambie, and the others. But now, when these activities of oil, first of all, of acquiring land, 700 plus in my village, after clearing the place become open. So the water, when it's rain, water have to look to its own way to pass. Total, the contractor who are here, whether they like or not, POW, the source of flood, number 1 in my village, it is industrial area, processing facilities area. Number 2, access roads to the well pads. All those areas have churn of water, flood, and they are destroying people's gardens. We are losing our crops. So, total, the challenge you are getting in this project, you can't tell it, you can't tell the community or local leaders. But for you, you have told us a lot of things here. ESA, McDermott, Sinopec, the project update. We are updated. Number 2, let me also thank GCC for small SCR respond to my community. Thank you so much, GCC. I thank you. I thank you, but you still also have very many contractors. You have been mentioning them here. I don't know what are they doing. Where are they? Are they in Ikigwera, Viso, Chiungia? Where are they responding to? Because I cannot say, no, Mpawire, Ntwala. Number 2, I want to request on number 3, the project team, contractors, that issue of defensive certificate for drivers. You block the defensive certificate for drivers after taking them for training with the Sunmaker. It is almost closing to a year. Because you know that defensive certificate is one of the key, someone to get what? To get job. Then you say, Akona iyo, you hide it. Now you hide it, you give only permit out to community. Now, I'm requesting you, with the CSR, we have borders, we have drivers association, we have business community association. How do you, when are you coming out with the work plan of supporting this institution? Business community in Bulisa district, what plan do you have for them as the project of oil and gas? Total, under this Tilenga project. Drivers, in association, can you come out and say, drivers, we are going to give you 1 coaster or 2 drone? As an association, border, you are giving them this reflector life jacket of 6,000, 5,000. Now, instead of saying that, Kasenyi, chairman, how many border do you have? You have their number, you have the list. You go to Anseko, buying for them 2 motorcycles of this 10, which can worth 10 million. And you support them in their movement of transporting people. They get how they can always get the whatever, how to earn money. You're giving a reflector. Sensitization of road safety, that is clear, tick, I give you. But as a support, the last one, issue of recruitment Banangi, the contractor, you help us. Oil is in Bulisa. Oil is in Kasenyi. Where is the bucket? I'm requesting you, the procedure you are using, it is not good, that criteria. How do you put the advert? Just for formalities. When you have already, what can I say this one night? Mbazetete do you want to come with Ogongo Gigi? Kudosereria, Kokomolekira some not subode. What can I say this? And again you say that those who are not qualified, who have get job, those applicants should remain. You hold the application there. After 7 months, 8 months, when I've read it, even maybe I'm in the hospital or I'm died or then later it is your advantage, the human resource staff. After 7 months, the way you say, you put it there. Then you start to say, hey, this is James Walikurungi Gilbert. Hey, you know, my uncle, we want 2 foremen so you can come. Since application is here, you drop it earlier, January this year. So those are the formula you want to use. When application deadline is off, and you have already called these people for interview, everything was done. Now why are you still holding that after 9 months shall be called somebody who is successful? How? The successful already have already get job. That is corruption. The guest of honor, that is corruption. That is corruption. This. So, watongola kamale nyumuntu ale adereka batwere mpola do government will be high. Ncheri ni basa usawi. Kansa ambira omole kunyitegera. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to leave him out because he's the host chairman of this village called the Kasenyi, where the CPF is located. Nancy, I'm going to guide us on how we're going to respond to these concerns. The mic is here.
Bikagiza muna bitatu man kandi mule babe nchokusaba mukeye binega Bairaba, reduce on the anger, please. It should be a very, how should I state it? Lujungu nyina luke ulumari kiro mumari na lujungu mutwe. Mule babe mani, we know jobs will always be jobs. And I usually say we can't all be working in oil and gas. Betu binega mbike here. Answer bagya ko bahagana. Allow me start with our Pau. If there's anything that you need to respond to, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'd like to first of all thank you for the questions and the concerns raised. Some of them we are going to take away for consideration, and then some will probably try and respond. Now I'll start with Mr. Isaac. He noted about having a register of skilled manpower. I hope that these people are all registered on the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. Because one of the things that impacts us as Ugandans as a whole, when it comes to skilled employment, oil and gas is a new field for us. We have created a database which we use to see that we have the relevant skills and knowledge in country, so that when work permits are being requested for, we make reference to that. So when you create another database and then these people are not on the talent register, when people apply for work permits, we do not know that they exist. I'd like to request that you have all these people who are registered on the, I think, Bacha database to register on the National Oil and Gas Talent Register, so that we have one place where we advocate as a country for skilled labor. Then in regards to the CSRs and how they are developed, I think I'll let the companies respond to that. But I'd like to also note that CSR is one of the things that we, as a country, request the companies to do. It's not a must, it is a request. So I liked the approach of someone who first appreciated, because the companies have done a lot, especially when it comes to Bulisa. Because I have had a lot of complaints, even where we sit at office, from Noya saying it's not benefiting as much as Bulisa. But this should not be a competition. We need to all see, how do we improve, how do we get better? So let's work with the companies to see that we get better value from the CSR initiatives. Come up with suggestions. I'm sure the companies will be welcome to receive them. In regards to a lot of the concerns were around employment. The leaders need to be involved. When this process was developed, I think initially it used to be the leaders to recommend people to work. Then most of the people who felt they were not connected, who didn't know any leaders, were being left out. So they said, why don't we come up with a methodology that enables everyone to have the same chance of being given an opportunity to work. Now, if this isn't working, come up with an idea and write to us for what can work. Because we want a scenario where everyone has an opportunity. I don't have to know a leader to be able to get an opportunity to work if I have the skills. That is why even these adverts, when an advert is put out there, whether for skilled manpower especially, whether you come from Karamoja but you have the skills and knowledge, apply and get an opportunity. So if you have an idea of how this can be done efficiently, please bring it to us. We will engage the companies, because we want to have an employment process that gives everyone a fair chance to participate. Then a lot of the questions were around employment. But I'd like to say, from where we sit, employment is good. It gives our people jobs. But a lot of the value is if you can provide goods and services to the companies. Because the amount of value that we are going to get from jobs will not equate to how much you can get if you supply these companies. You'll be able to create jobs for your people. I've checked on the National Supplier database. As we speak now, the companies that are registered from Noya are 3. The National Supplier database has 3,000 companies that want to do business in Uganda. 3 from Noya, about 13 from Bulisa. So we are not doing ourselves justice in terms of how to tap into these opportunities. The concerns are very well noted. We want as many people to work, but we need to also ensure we prepare ourselves and take advantage of these opportunities that are here. So if you have a company, why don't, because if you're being given priority, on a quarterly basis, we meet with the companies and keep asking them, why aren't you buying from the community? What more can you buy from the communities? But you need to have the companies from which they can buy. So, the leaders in the room, this is a challenge to us. How do we get our people to register their businesses? As the authority, we are going to be available to support you. If you tell us we have 10 companies that need registering, we will come and register them. But we need to do something on our end. Someone asked about whether the jobs that are meant for communities are community liable. Now, a lot of the jobs, and we've had a lot of these discussions around, we want our people in senior management. I'd like to say, as a whole sector, the people who are Ugandan from anywhere in senior management in these companies is less than 30%. And it is because Uganda is a new oil producer. You don't get into senior management because of where you're born. It's about your skills, your experience. The people in senior management in these companies have been in the oil and gas sector for 30, 40, 50 years. So we need to build our capacity. We need to make sure we get the relevant skills and be able to compete for these jobs. Because much as we want to be, I would like to be in the senior management of Total or McDermott. But I need to know that I need to do some things in order to be able to get there. So even as leaders, what are we doing for our people to prepare them to take on these roles? At the government level, what we are doing is, if we have expatriates, because a number of these companies have among the best skilled people in the world working here now. What we are doing is these people have to work with Ugandans to pass on these skills and knowledge. So those jobs that you're saying, are we meant for only this? Those are the starting points. You need to start somewhere. You will not wake up and you come and walk into the boardroom of a major company. You have to provide value. So as leaders, we should be advocating for how do we train our people? How do we get our people mentored so that they can be able to take on these roles 2, 3, 4, 5 years from now? The people who are being strategic have ensured that they're advocating for scholarships so that they can have people get these skills, get exposure, get internships, learn from the experienced people so that we can benefit. Then there was a question around transparency in the process. We'd like to appreciate the feedback, but also give us recommendations. What can be done better? Because when you say the process is not transparent, what is going wrong? What can be done better so that this can be considered? There was a lot of appreciation of GCC and some of the contractors. We appreciate what you're doing. Kindly keep up the good work. For persons with disabilities, we always encourage inclusivity in the sector. And of course, we encourage the companies for the opportunities that are available to please consider people with disabilities, because we need to have as many people benefiting from the oil and gas sector. There was a question around how many people are recruited by district. I can give the holistic figure is around close to 4,000 people coming from the 6 districts. Now, sometimes when I'm in these conversations and the 6 districts are complaining about the opportunities available to them, I compare that to the districts which are outside the 6. Because everyone else is saying it's as if oil has been ring-fenced for only Bulisa, Hoima, Pakwach, Noya. Everyone else is complaining about the opportunities you have. But when I come here, and then you're also complaining about the opportunities you have, it's a little confusing. Because when you're here, the opportunities that, because all that's trainings, when it comes to trainings, to build capacity for almost all the semi-skilled labor, almost has entirely been ring-fenced for the 6 districts. So everyone else who is out there, the people in Masaka, in Busoga, in West Nile, everyone is saying, when do we get to tap into the oil opportunities? Because it's like you've kept them only for the people in the 6 districts. So the people in the 6 districts, I appreciate you have concerns, but you are very well placed and you need to maximize this opportunity. Because for the people who are outside here, it's like when you're That child looking at the neighbors who have a TV and you're watching from the window, saying, if I get the chance. So utilize this opportunity. Then in regards to the wetlands and flooding, this is something we're going to take away, and we'll have a discussion with UNRWA to see what initiatives can be done. Then there was a comment around the trainings, especially of welders. Now, from where we stand, the quality of welding that is needed for you to be able to get actual employment to weld the pipeline is fairly high. And this is some of the things that even us, we did not realize at the beginning. You need a very, very high level of efficiency to be able to be recruited to weld a pipeline. Now, as a country, we still felt that even the small wins matter. If we can be able to train some people and they get qualified for 2G, 3G, that is a lot higher, and you can still be able to utilize those skills to weld windows, doors. You create your own employment after these trainings. So sometimes when you get an opportunity and you're trained and government invests, other companies invest in you and you get these skills, you need to make sure you can utilize these skills for your own benefit. If you're not able to get a job, utilize those in your own business. Because a person who teaches you how to fish is much better than one who gives you fish for a day. So let's utilize these skills. If you get driving training, even if they've not given you, for example, the defensive driving certificate, but you've gotten your driving permit, you can still apply for other jobs and invest and get the defensive driving so that opportunities don't pass you by because you didn't get the free certificate. So sometimes we need to do a little more as Ugandans to tap into these opportunities. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your questions, and we appreciate the feedback. If you have recommendations of what can be done differently or better, please share with us so that we can consider it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has responded to most of the questions. Akobiri kambarabire mbihi. Airi mwana Mr. Isaac yakoba nti bikwategena ku registeringa bakuba ba Mr. Isaac baba zero nati ngo balina qualifications mbali just mu system gya basa, is it? Betu batali mugya national database yakoba kihandu hoi by registering mu national database. Kindi kyakabiri yakoba oyo chero bawulire kagizo kindi ngutwe barugamu Bulisa ondi kibaruga kuno tweba tubohere hawo grati twete basiel owebale kutwanira mwaneto baziri korongi beti yakoba visa kwa yatyo so twetula hantu le CLOs tuongere mani aleke tuongere obitabu I think aleke tuone ntingo twabantu penda kuba managers tosa kuba manager taina vitabu ndi kimpapuro so tutaba comfortable hatuli it's a take home tugene meiso tuongere ompapura aleke mwake tube mu byo bikaraiza akabya kutwenderia nabandide biba kwendya kubamu. Then kindi kya yera mwana ha PWDs yakoba kwa biribiri nti bobalo hona bantu baina bujune komebiri myao be tukisigikira company I think yabangina bwetago bwa muntu akuba nkwenda kumanyisa nti ngo twina yona abantu baina tandwa komebiri myao betu mbakora balinka batano kuruga mu companies kwawokana so twetugerya hona kuona ntingo tuba considering kandi baliyo nabakola yasima GCC yakoba GCC mugenda meiso mukora kurungi kawo mucheri mukora nabaza ku akuhuniraho ikona nti ngo twebaruga mu district zize mukaaga nti ngo tu complaining awa milimo kandi kuko hababeera badi baliyona de bakoba anywe bamakuta muheri bakuko basabasa milimo sobo dede bakwegwa kyo kibatawiri mbakoba tufuniri chance kukora mu makuta tukitwale nka kintu kyamaani kandi tugende maiso tukore bikira hona aleke kuchala ntumuru mu town kintu complaininga hawa milimo twina kwega ngo banene bakwendia kuba mu bikaru bitulemu ondiki bakwendia kuba mu gi sector ya oil and gas betu bana kwa usobozi so twebas tungiri chance tugende maiso tugikorese kurungi tukore iba tuwereri aleke tuone ntingo tuhindwira ona bwomezi bwetu kyo kyabaziro na ku maximizing opportunities yako bansonga za mezi gakutalibaniza abantu bakasenye nabyaro biherero hona yako bakyo kibibiho it's very unfortunate betu bagenda kuichara hamwe na UNRA NEMA something like that kona ntingo bagonjo horizon songa yako babanya ku traininga ba welders yes kiba kirungu hoi muntu nole makukulindira kanki gaita hamwe na kyaba drivers bakomantingo bana kwa defensive certificates gali mazima kasitaki akobiri kyandwa kabano na permit kandi kindi kya kabiri ba drivers bandi bana just class B gede kanya banta byegiri hoi bana classes doli competition gili gyamani muntu na class B bakwenda class nkene 5 nana gena ku trusting na omezi waba kuri bensenye muntu atigiri family gyama wiki 8 eiza akoba wateri mbuli gita omugume mukina nona class gimwe so tutechara tukalinda defensive certificate giba kweti tuongere hona bilasi aleke wire wakabaudori bakira unene begiri kuvuga double cabin twina costa twina van hatuwa kwiza na kipapura kyamu kya double cabin anti mechigegiri kwa class kikyo kyando ingena de kunya nkiterekererye mona niweza gyantingo na class gimwe kandi halona okukompetinga na bantu bana he class zense bazimariyo so kihandu hoyi mukikaru kya kuichara tuka complaining agira ati bana betu mwa batweri mubaheri kwa emelemo bauni bakubeyo nabasome class zindi halo hosi manya kiba driver nyonyo mubyegiri betu halo class zinene za kusoma aleke mukuguke mu competing na babantu bandi bakuvuga mu makuta yako bakibaki hand hawo ho habaziri yako mantingo kibaki ronge hoyi kusomesya kwega kuloba kukira kuleteranga kikosi kyanyeni so zi companies kwa kana zi training iri kwega kuloba hati mukikarukia kwiza bakatwagana just bikoresyo undiki bitimba abakwegesere kuloba so na kuongera mona mani ogende olobe na hao yate yasima companies zense hawa birungi bakori yakoba hakabampalona mulingo gwense mukwenda bahindule mona mutatina mubadwerere bana office ha district muksa kudwayona habayona Kenneth babihe maiso abayona nka representative wa PAU muksa genda na mutwala nsonga zenyu halibo. Thank you very much. Monzikirize ntangire muhandu kurugamu mu Total Energies.
Thank you so much, Nancy. The chief guest, political and technical leaders from all levels, and all stakeholders, protocols observed. I'm Justine Katsabe, CLO Total. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate McDermott and Sinopec for organizing this. Indeed, it's a very good learning ground for most of us. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the regulator, PAO, for the responses that you've given. And most of the questions has been answered by him. Maybe I'll just be giving some clarity on some few Mr. Isaac Ankuba asked whether when we are either implementing CSR and different programs, whether we usually consider the development plans. Yes, we do that. Usually, we take development plans from the district up to the sub-county level. But as we've been informed that CSR programs are usually implemented on the will of the contractor or the company. It's not a mandatory thing that they have to do. Usually they go into the development plans and identify areas that they can handle. We've been having different plans by the district and the sub-county, especially repairing of the boreholes and so many others. That's why you've seen companies like GCC and then McDermott, all the other companies that I've talked about responding to those different needs that have been identified at the district and at the sub-county level. You will hear maybe we've had us implementing different programs in schools. It's because that we even go to an extra mile to do needs assessment, especially in the intended area of interest. And usually we have different social management plans that govern all our activities. It's not that we just come from nowhere, but each and every activity or each and every program that is implemented, it has to be in line with a certain social management plan that was derived from the area that was conducted. The LC5 Councillor Purongo also requested to have a list of employees recruited from his district. That is a take home, as my regulator said. There are other things that we shall try to respond, and there are those that we shall not really, and then we have to refer to the management. The issue of defensive driving, it's coming up more often. Yes, I will try to follow up with the contractor to understand whether that was one of the packages that was included, or it might have not been covered, and we continue pushing for that, but it's something that I have to follow up to confirm whether it was one of the things that they were supposed to be given. And then the Speaker Pakwach also talked about the mobilization of workers. Usually when we are recruiting workers, we usually inform them about the time frame of their employment. Maybe it's something that we are going to take up with our contractors. Okay, if we are maybe demobilizing, maybe like the casual workers, for some other places we've done this, like we usually take them through a demobilization program, and then after that we also go ahead and also inform the leaders, okay, we are demobilizing people at this time. Maybe for some other places, maybe if it was just an oversight and then we didn't do that, but we hope to improve. It's something that we shall pick up from. Our cultural leaders, he also talked about cultural leaders and not being involved. Total also has contracted some, I can't really remember it very well, but I remember last year they had activities where cultural leaders or cultural groups were involved. It's not that we are not engaging cultural leaders at all or cultural groups. We have programs for them, and I know maybe they were informed of when they will maybe when they will have another engagement. I think the cultural groups may be aware of that. And one of them, at least I know, Mr. Wilson can really have more information about that, because he's also among them, he's also among the people who have been involved in those activities. LC1 Wanseko cell complained about the little slots. As my regulator has put it forward, it's true that we are not going to employ everyone, but let's appreciate the little that we've been given. Otherwise, everywhere, everyone is complaining. Most of the people say that we've almost exhausted people from Kasen. But to tell you the truth, Chairman Kasen is ever complaining. But we are doing our best to see to it that at least everyone, if possible, those that will have the chance, will work with us. And Mr. Nkuba also talked about, okay, Bulisa being the priority. We have priority districts. Like, okay, they are the districts that we usually consider first, that is Bulisa, we have Noya, and Pakwach. When we are recruiting either for semi-skilled, we have to first look into those, and that's what we usually inform our contractors and subcontractors, that if we are recruiting, the first priority, either for semi-skilled, has to, like, we have to look into Bulisa, Noya, and Pakwach. Masindi, Hoima, they come after this. But the challenge we have, since oil and gas has been, like, oil and gas is a new thing, and most of us didn't really take much time to go and study more into skills and everything. I remember when we were outside there during lunch break, we were really discussing about it. We were like, okay, we remember that time, even going for these other hands-on courses, people would laugh at you and say, look at this one. He or she is a failure. But now we are realizing that those are the things we would have taken much interest in, but because we didn't have the idea of what would happen, so that's why most of us are like, okay, we have masters, but which cannot really apply to the oil and gas. So let this be a learning opportunity for most of us here. We shouldn't just discourage our children, those that have interest in different courses, especially the hands-on. Soon the managers may not have work, but those that will have the skills, the hands-on, will take over. That's why you see the engineers, plumbers, and then the welders, they really want people of high class. Let's encourage those that have the lower class to take up to another level. Not again asking, hi, you left us here, can't we, like, you've not taken us to another level. It shouldn't be like that. The issue of floods is also something so big. Thanks to my regulator, I think at one point the community members thought maybe we are not paying attention to. It's not an issue it's not just total, but it has gone far beyond, involving different ministries, since we work in partnership with different ministries. So they are looking into it to see to it that how do they really respond. So we request our community members to bear with us and the government at large, because we don't implement on our own, but we are implementing on behalf of the government. We give it time to respond to this issue. It's really a very big issue, but I know they will have an appropriate response to it. And then there was also a question that whether there's work for the PWDs. Total has now a section called Gender and Inclusion. So we know with time, it will be including, like, involving everyone. And among their plans, they also they're trying to identify ways how they can involve people with disabilities. So it has just started, and I know with time we shall be having frequent engagement with people with disabilities. I think those were most of the concerns that I was supposed to respond to. Ancheri cover nti hachero hona bihulio bimwe na bimwe bibecheri bahulire kandi ninyongera kusima muhandu kuruga mupao bikira unene byensi nyakori kyani abiriri mona kya kubanza kya kali kya muhandu nkuba yaulire nti utubantu ukora programs kwa ukana nti tumanyisi ambe rundiki tweuli ambe hona hali bantu bamwe na bamwe rundiki tujizambe tutandika ku implementinga rundiki kwai nyamwera nti kwai ntukabantu ukora programs kwa ukana tubanza ntugenda mu district development plan butukuruga ha district development plan and then nitwira ha sub county butukuruga ha sub county and then nitwira ntuona kiaro rundiki somero kubanga bintu bikira unene hoho tukiri hoi kuteka mani mu bintu nkabivyo and then muhandu wa councilor wa LC5 prongo yakoba akusaba list gy'abakori banya recruiting wa mu district gyamwe nyamwera kyo kili kintu kinkusa kubani mpondera kinkusa kubani ntwala hali bakama bange and then chairman wa wanseko yakoba nti bakori mukiyaru kyamwe batoriyo n'abantu badoli kyo kyonche kumwera nti kwa mazima milimo milikiani milimi doli beitu tuina kusima kadoli kalohona beitu nakindi tuina kulingira other opportunities rondike mignanka milingo mindikiani mitukusa kubantu kola kiani tu benefitinga mu milimo myamakuta ngere muhandu wa pao ya kori kiani ya tuereri atwaba hona na concern ziko banti cultural leaders becheri kwa imba bangi jinganga beitu nkwenda kubamanyisi anti tuiche na programs kwao kana na mbere groups zikwao kana zicheri mbabanganga na mbaba traininga muuli at least nkwizuka halingona halimo na group gimwenya ginya ku training wa group gindi gya kurugya rugapa kwachi and then group gindi gya ruganoya tikuliko bangu culture tukola kwa ikiani tugiteka muna kwa ikitinisa twegeri kimwe bantu bahandu bawo bali ba muhendu hoyi kuona ngo milimo myetu mikori kiani migiendiri meiso and then muhandu wa balima yako banti balima tukor hona kiani kuona ngo nabalima bafunira opportunities rundiki bafunira milimo kintu kya kubanza tuina yona department git kweta gender and inclusion kasimomo gitandikira gumwa kamyeri nyuma hao betu wireo bachaka kola hona data zimwe na zimwe kyonka wireo gya kudoba tandike consulting abantu bakwaukana baina ulima kwetegereza mulingo kyani gwa kusa kubamba bayamba kuwana ba benefitingiri mu milimo myamakuta atwaira twabaza hakintu kya mezi gakutaranga kihandu nti mwira wa regulator wetu muhandu alingira bya milimo myamakuta de yakibaza hona nkunihira aba stakeholders betu mucheri ni mukobanga total tigi kufa hona rundiki basielo ku mazima tukola kyani tu reportinga kwa insonga zenyu kirungi nti muhanda kibalize hona kiole kyangu ku mazima kili kintu kikoto kili kwa kyako bango total gyogo gina kuchwa muna kimanyisa baina consultinga different ministries na bitongole bikwao kana kiramani birukaniza milimo myamakuta kuwa nangu tufuniri kyenyini kikwata kufuna response ndiki mulingo kyani gutukusa ku bantu handolinga kintu kya mezi na bigambo bidolivyo mwebale hoyi kunyetegerya kandi ninyongera kubasima buli kiro hawa support gimutwa mwebale hoyi.
Thank you very much mwebale hoyi. Hawa wire tugenda kwa kwira wa Sinopec Matongo iza oire mbikagizo bya mwebale hoyi.
Yeah, I'm not going to translate. I'm only using English. Just focused on point. Noya, sector for production. People from Noya and Pakwach will not get me if in case I'm speaking in Lugongo. Not so? Yes. For Noya, sector for production, our biggest number of employees that we have in Sinopec, 117 are from Noya. Why so is because our activities are majorly concentrated serious activities of Sinopec are in the north, in the park. That's why we have the biggest number of employees from there. But now, when we get serious activities here in Bulisa, which is just a few months from now, we shall also have a bigger number of employees, right from the semi-skilled to the skilled labor from here, from Bulisa. The issue of people going for interviews, doing interviews from a distant place, it was also raised from Noya or Pakwach. I want to assure the people from the north that for us, when we are interviewing our workers, we interview them from Tangi. And Tangi is in Noya district and in neighborhood of Pakwach. So we don't stress people to go and look for us in case they are going to sit for interviews. Cultural leaders, we recognize you so much. That's why we invited you to come and be with us in this very important workshop. That's why you see, when we get any contract with the local community, in our MOU, we normally emphasize that the dues that are supposed to go to cultural leaders are paid. Give an example is when we contract any, we come into an agreement with anyone who is supplying us, for example, a maram through a borrow pit. We make sure that in the north, because we know that the cultural leaders in the north, they are very active in that regard. So we make sure that the dues that are supposed to go to the cultural leadership, the cultural sector, are supposed to be paid by that person who is supposed to pay them, or us as Sinopec or our subcontractor. That's very much something that we normally emphasize so much. Finally, that has been hinted on the issue of how do you select beneficiaries for CSR. We've done CSR in Ngwedo. The deputy cow is my witness, Ngwedo Primary School. We did the water, that is pipe to water extension to Ngwedo Primary School, just next to the staff quarter. We wanted our children to get water. That was upon assessing the need of that school and also upon the request from the school. That's why we did so. The same thing at Kisomere Primary School, we also did rehabilitation, major rehabilitation of a borehole, and also we have the chairman of Kisomere here, LC1. We did some work. We gave them some chairs in their office, and so many other things will come depending on the need, and also maybe perhaps there is a request, or if it is within our means that we can provide. I want to thank you so much for listening.
Webale hoi. Yes, thank you very much. I needed some clarity. So at this juncture, allow me to invite the RDC, and then after you invite the next speaker, our guest of honor. Thank you so much.
I don't know how they call the lady master of ceremonies. I don't know how to address her therefore, but I believe there I have addressed her. One, we thank you for the invitation.
But in the course of the program going on, we're privileged to have our chairperson at LC5 of Bulisa come to join us. And before I would request that you allow him to give us a word. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear resident district commissioner for Bulisa district. The chief administrative officer, Mr. Magambo, our dear DPC here, I don't know those who are invited in your respective capacities, but to simplify, I will only say ladies and gentlemen. This is a general terminology in a situation where you cannot exhaust protocol, but also most importantly, protocol observed. I want to begin by apologizing for coming late. We were invited a little bit earlier than 2 weeks ago, but this meeting came at a point we could not also adjust another highest meeting of the district called the district council. So now that I've told you I am from the district council, it is not important to remind you that by arriving here at this time and deciding to leave the district council, I want to conclude that I have therefore come very early, because I have left the district council. And you know, by virtue of my position, every district vice chairperson of every district is the leader of government business at the district, equivalent of the prime minister in case of national politics. And therefore, sometimes some councils cannot proceed without leaders of government business, because you are supposed to answer each and every question to the latter. So I have just decided to leave it, but also to give value to this important workshop. I want to thank McDermott, together with Total and your regulator, PAO, for accepting to regularly organize meetings such as this, which meeting is obviously intended to create awareness, but also build capacities of people who are interested in participating in the oil and gas industry. This district, like any other district, from 2006 was given uniqueness, I must say, from the time of confirmation of commercial deposits of the oil and gas resources. It gained the uniqueness and therefore calls for special treatment in terms of responses to its needs. We have made advocacy severally in different fora where we have advocated for some special considerations. And from morning to this time, people have spoken a lot about the opportunities in the oil and gas sector, and probably how best to get those opportunities. Both the formal employment, the casual employment, same skilled, but also in the business fraternity, issues to do with contracts. Our humble appeal to every stakeholder who is involved in this business of oil and gas is that we want to see, but also to hear in a situation where we cannot see. We want to hear and see the principle of transparency being espoused. And this transparency, if abused, this will be the beginning of people, you know, categorizing the industry as a curse, especially where people are left out without thorough explanation. If you want to satisfy a human being, especially us, the hosts, we want to be given an explanation as to why somebody, you know, was left out in, for example, the recruitment process. I have always discussed and shared with colleagues that when you're a professional after university, there are things we must avoid in life. For example, me, I'm very careful to be challenged by a non-professional person in my actions. And if my colleagues, brothers and sisters who are in the oil and gas industry can be guided by this principle of fear, to be challenged by people who are non-professionals when it comes to actions that we undertake in the execution of our duties and performance of our roles, then you stand the test of losing credibility in a community, which credibility gives you reputation that you have built for not just 1 or 2 years, but you can lose it in a single minute, and restoring it is very costly. So we want to see, but also to hear, the highest level of transparency, both in the recruitment process in the labor sector, but also in the aspect of business. And you give thorough explanation in a situation where somebody who is coming from the host community is not successful. When we do this, you will be helping us. And I want to inform you, colleagues who are here, especially you who are in the oil and gas industry. I simply want to remind you that all technocrats of Bulisa district, together with the political actors in offices, we also play a significant role of your community liaison officers. You have used us, for example, to mobilize communities. You have used local council ones to mobilize. We have defended your actions in your absence in meetings such as this. So, and this, you know, calls you to see us as people who are merely placed in the government but working for the entire sector. Because you must be aware of the fact that all that you're executing is on behalf of the entire government. So you are really agents, and we must be seen as principal. We are a principal stakeholder. Principle number 1. So we want to see transparency in the aspect of recruitment process, in the aspect of business opportunities, and giving thorough explanation in situations where members of the host community are not successful to their satisfaction. When this happens, you will be even helping us to renew our political contracts, because we are not also ready to see people yearning or people crying in situations where they feel their rights are being abused. We shall not also, you know, that is when you see a politician identifying himself or herself with the locals seriously. And the situation at the end of the day can easily become very difficult for the execution of. Now, the other advocacy we've been fronting always in every forum is the need for special consideration, special treatment. For example, we have invited you to create waivers in restrictions when it comes to recruitment, but also the business opportunities. And allow me thank PAO for accepting to extend their services last week from the 30th of October to 3rd of November. PAO extended the services of registering both individuals and private companies on the national supplier database. That is a special consideration, where PAO actually moved to all these host districts, including Bulisa, and it only failed to have enough clients as they expected, but at least the service was extended to people. And this is what we call special consideration. These are some of the things. When we talk about the need for special consideration, some of our brothers and sisters in the oil and gas industry think something so huge. Just, there must be a waiver. Those who are not good at internet services and they cannot access your services online should be extended to, you know? And the waiver of certain restrictions also. For example, now that some companies registered, in a bid to getting business opportunities. Those that are still young are not also going to go through, even when they have been registered. And there is still further call for special consideration that we are supposed to build these companies' capacities to see to it that they take off. Otherwise, the purpose for which registration is being invited for will be lost. They will have a fleet of companies registered from host districts, but redundant when it comes to business. And it defeats the purpose for which registration was meant. It defeats the purpose for which you extended services nearer to the people. So, in my humble view, when you advertise for business opportunities, it's incumbent upon you to waive certain restrictions to allow these companies take off, for you to achieve the purpose for which you are putting all these policies in place. I want to remind everybody here that every business of government, every business of private sector is regulated by law. And there is one cardinal principle of interpreting the law, which I want to share with you briefly. That when you look at chapter 4 of the Constitution, this cardinal principle of statutory interpretation has it that when you are interpreting a provision of the law regarding the poor people, you must interpret it in a manner that is permissive. So that's what's called the permissive interpretation. You should interpret your guidelines, policies that you have put in place with the highest level of positivity to allow these companies come in. But if you interpret the policies with biasness that you don't want them to participate, then you are defeating the principle of permissive approach of statutory interpretation. So when you are faced with such scenarios where you are presented with companies from this district and you want to achieve the purpose of this workshop today, give those policies permissive approach of interpretation to see to it that these companies participate. Otherwise, they will be redundant. They will be redundant. And one of the reasons for which you are investing in meetings like this, I'm very optimistic that you want to see them participate in the oil and gas industry. So please give it the permissive approach to interpret to allow them. But if you interpret in a manner that is subjective, it defeats the purpose. You will not reap from what you're sowing today. I want to briefly end with these 2 points. Somebody, upon my arrival, talked about the need to look at the district development plan in trying to implement certain activities, some projects. Now, there are 2 things. You must be aware of the 2018 ISAIA process that was conducted in both Bulisa and Nwoya that led to the 2019 approval in April of the Tilenga project. It has a spell of conditions that are supposed to be satisfied by the mother company. That is Total. Those conditions are there. I don't want to go into their details. But when you look at those conditions, some of them were not actually captured in the district development plan. That's point number 1. Number 2, you realize that there are a number of things that can keep on arising in the course of execution of your oil and gas industry projects that warrants that we should now respond to situations whether or not they are in the district budget, district development plan. I want to give you just one case in point. When you look at our district environmental management plan, it does not have a response to the running water that is coming, presumably, on an assumption, from the central processing facility through very many villages in this corridor of what we call Kamunkole in our language. It is not in our district environment plan. But communities, when you do investigation, And I believe Total has all the capacity to investigate. For the last 60 years, this has not been happening, even when it rains, to what extent. And everybody is relating and connecting it to the running waters from the central processing facility. Yesterday we had a district budget conference in which I proposed that the two sub-counties of Kigwera sub-county and Kiungia sub-county are supposed to coordinate with you, the oil companies, to offer solution to that running water. And these are all things that will be indicative or beginning to paint a picture as though we have an oil as a curse. Now, this is not in the district budget, district development plan, but it must be responded to. Last year when we were in Diani, we traveled out of the country in Diani, and companies participated. I don't know whether Total was there, but extractive companies participated. And we were training on the CCAs, company community agreements, prior to takeoff of projects. What is disturbing host districts is the lack of CCAs, company community agreements, prior to the takeoff of projects. That we should sit down and agree between ourselves that this is what we want, this is what we are going to do under your corporate, which is non-binding corporate and social responsibility. We are aware and live to the fact that these are non-binding, the corporate and social responsibilities. But also to paint a good image, you must do them. So I want to invite the oil companies, Total, as the mother company, please let us respond to the situation. Otherwise, if you leave it unattended to, it will paint a picture of oil beginning to be as a curse. On top of the future things that will be coming, that we shall soon begin encountering. And lastly, in 2010, immediately after the discovery of the confirmation of commercial deposits of oil and gas, in 2010, government rushed to parliament to enact an act of parliament called the National Physical Planning Act. And section 3 of that act provides that the entire country was therefore declared a national planning area. But in specific terms, section 10 of the same law required that the Albertine region must be a special planning area. This is different from the entire country being declared a planning area. But section 10 gives uniqueness and said Albertine in particularity is a special planning area. And when you look at these districts, I want to invite oil companies to assist us with funds by first, of course, beginning with conducting research in trying to find out my submission, to validate, to verify my submission here, that most of these districts in the Albertine region do not have the district physical planning, physical plans. And therefore, if we don't do this, chances are high that even compensation will go high. Because people are going to cause development in areas that are not supposed to be for settlement, for residential, areas that are meant to be for agriculture, areas that are meant to be for commercial purposes. And that could be the reason why, for example, Total therefore comes up with principles such as suitability tests under the LAF program, the Land Acquisition and Resettlement Framework that was developed by Total. I don't know whether colleagues have read it, but I want to invite you to read this document. This document must be fed into the district physical plan to avoid attraction of huge compensation to the people. Otherwise, there's a lot to be said, but allow me end here in the interest of time. And thank you once again for participating. I wish you fruitful Janimas is home. And I want to wish you, let me wish you also a good night. Because I know I'm not going to speak again. Bwanara DC, please come back, and I want to thank you for being very considerate. You see, when we tell people work together, people don't want to agree. They have now witnessed by seeing your invitation for me here. I want to thank you, Bwanara DC. I thank you, everybody, and I wish you a nice
The management of Tilenga project, our visitors from Noe and Pakwach, my colleague residents of Bulisa. Good afternoon. Mine is very little. One is to thank the management of Tilenga for having invited us to be informed of the employment opportunities in the project. The invitation is enough to show that they are transparent. To raise the issues of non-transparency would have come in if they had not invited us. Let us accept that they are transparent. Two, we are going back home when they have given us some heavy homework. One, that we must be able to see to it that we provide the personnel to assist the project to move on smoothly. It's a big challenge to us because we cannot produce these people overnight. And it's not fair of us to compare Tilenga that please can you take us up our people even when they are still half-baked. People have talked of say drivers being trained for is it how many weeks? And then that after that they expect them to be given some certificates and documentation to show that even they can drive or maybe even the trailers. These things must grow. We can't all of a sudden have our children going to the boardrooms of for management meetings of the project. No. But the thing is, they have informed us. Can we prepare our children so that at the time they are needed, then they are set and they can be taken up. It is not everybody in the country that can have an opportunity like we have had today of getting stayed here and be informed that, by the way, there are jobs there. Let's take advantage of this in a new. Secondly, I would wish to request that we view this project as our project. And the project should move in accordance with the laws and regulations that are in place. When we start accusing each other, you see chairman of where that you unilaterally you decided even to chase away trailers, then it means the mindset is not in for this project being our project. But if the mindset was for the project being ours, we would all be maximizing on how do we get better financially because of this project. We must thank God that He allowed that oil comes to our place. Not so. Someone said that that God had the Arabs the way they praise it how many times in a day. When they are living in such hardships where you make a small mistake, then they cut off the hand. Or else you have greater, more harsh punishments. Then decided to give them oil. With us, in the whole country, oil is here, not elsewhere. You people of Bulisa, you have seen the way Bulisa transformed in the last 10 years. Try to look back 10 years how Bulisa looked like and see how it looks like today. We shouldn't expect that there is any money, cash being got by anybody, put in our pockets. Forget. If you have this good road, if you have now electricity in all corners, let us maximize in using this infrastructure the government has put up so that you can have better economic benefits. If you can be considered for employment, first, because the project is here with us, let us maximize on it. Where we don't have capacity to provide that employment, let us accept it. Because we may ask who has, say, a child with papers in the oil extraction business and is having that child at home. In the police, I don't think we have them. So if we don't have them, let's prepare them. Not so. Otherwise, for government, it is set to support our contractors of Tilenga project. They are our workers, by the way. And the success of this project is a must. On the security side, our eyes are wide open to ensure that no serious harm occurs to the project. There are those who don't like the project. That's why I'm addressing issues of attitude. For example, there are some of the people, like our colleagues of NGOs there. We don't mince words. We are very open, clear, that you come and you detect that you are trying to have a point of view of thinking of how the project can fail. We shall not allow you in Bulisa, at least. That one we cannot hide it. We tell you, go and operate from elsewhere. You know, when these NGOs, when they are trying to make these papers to the donors so that they can fund them for activity, some of them write funny papers. For example, they can now start telling you how the project is polluting Lake Albert, how the dust and the noise from the central processing facility, they cannot allow people in the neighborhood to breathe properly. Oh, there are a number of them who have said no, go away. And we shall continue doing so. On the issue of water from single facility, we request the Tilenga project to be flexible. Let us humanely handle this matter. But on the other hand, let us also be realistic. That why is it that during the dry season nobody comes to talk about that water? When it is the rainy season, that's when you come about to talk about it. I wonder as to whether it is Tilenga which has caused the CAF to overflood and fail us to move from Hoima to Kampala direct. Even when you move aside and pass by, say, Chimengo in Masindi, and you look at in those maize and sugar plantations and the way they are flooded, I wonder as to whether there is also another Tilenga there. Let's be realistic, such that where there is intervention to assist solve the problem, we have the problem solved. But the way it is nature acting on us, let us work generally together to see how we can fight those things. The other time the lake was displacing us. And I'm going to quarrel about nature and the Tilenga. Sincerely, you people from Wanseko I'm not talking about the district vice chairperson, to tell us that Tilenga should come and cause the waters of the lake to subside at Wanseko. I think it's not fair. Let's be realistic. Otherwise, the bodies in our courts, it's natural to shout about being considered the first because the oil is here. Yes, it is here. You should be considered the first. But Makayu, this oil is for the whole country. It's for the nation of Uganda. And it is an economic venture we are having here with the Tilenga project. So these issues of saying you see pass bias because of some specific reasons, because there is a special case. You have heard our colleagues talking from different backgrounds of disabilities, of cultures, of whatnot. The issue is economic. Economic. How best can we have money extracted to make the country is us, to make us live better lives, be more richer. That's all. If you specialize in your area, please specialize there. But also let those who specialize in making money through oil, let them also do their work. Otherwise, you're welcome to support the project. Please let's go and think that this is our project and that we should see it succeed, and we must see it succeed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're coming to the end of today's session, so don't worry. I saw some people were sleeping. If you need to stand up, please stand up while I give the closing remarks. So like I had shared in the beginning, the theme of the day was employment opportunities and contracts for the success in Tilenga. Okay? I know a lot of concerns were raised. Some of those were outside employment, but we can't forget why we were brought here. And the reason this theme was selected was, for one, labor and employment is a big priority for us on the project, but retention and recruitment of the right people is also a big priority. We have been having issues of, let's start with recruitment, okay? Where requirements are shared, even at community level. Requirements are shared. When people reach the camp, they fail to manage. Or they say, no, you didn't tell me the rotation would be like this. You didn't tell me you'd be deducting money. You didn't tell me all this. So we're losing workers as well. So as you're advocating and pushing for, you know, our brothers and sisters to come onto the project, it was important you understood how things work on the project. So I hope you listened. I hope you especially listened on the area where it comes to contracts, because I cannot say there have not been gaps with some of the contractors, but it's important you guide our children that contracts need to be clear, working terms need to be clearly explained to them before they come and sign. Because once we're on the site, it is time to work, okay? That's not the point of debating. I want more money. Or I came on a community job, but I'm seeing a skilled person and I can do their job, so I want to be paid the same as them. Those are some of the issues that we have been getting. We also talked about human rights. Human rights is very important to us. We have a big team dedicated, and this is for the contractor. That's Sinopec, McDermott, and even ESSA, all our subcontractors. We track human rights. So this public notion that, you know, people are suffering, people are not eating, please, we are taking human rights very seriously on the project, and if there are any gaps, as our stewards like our LC5 chairperson shared, please communicate to us. You have our numbers. For those who don't have our numbers, please come to us. We'll share our contacts so that you can tell us any concerns that you are receiving
in the community. Lastly, I wanted to end by thanking. I want to thank you all for coming. I'll first start with our district leadership. We really appreciate you for coming and honoring this invitation. I think it's also a show of good faith that you have consistently been coming for our engagements. We are committed to being transparent and involving you. I know there was a question about CSR. LC5 chairperson, please, we ask for your support in ensuring that all the different community needs are consolidated. We have stakeholder engagements at LC1 level, at sub-county level. Before holding any of these CSR initiatives, we consult. So I think there's a gentleman who was wondering where we get these initiatives from. We get them from you. We do not come up with them. And that's the same with our subcontractors. We all have to go and have courtesy visits. These courtesy visits are to assess your need. But if you are giving us disjointed needs, if the needs maybe are not needs that had been evaluated at district level, you're the one who's meant to guide us. So I hope that in the next financial year, because this year has ended, I hope next year there's going to be more collaboration so that any CSR that subcontractors, contractors, and even the Total are willing to come up with is going to be aligned at district level as well, okay? We're here to support and we're happy to do that. There are funds that are available, but these funds will only be availed based on need, which need can only be communicated by yourselves. We'll continue to be transparent and involve you. I'm so grateful that a lot of you came here today. We were very worried in the beginning when we saw about 10 people, but please keep on coming for these engagements, okay? This is a platform for you to get more information and also have access to these subcontractors. Opportunities are not only in that industrial area. Some of these companies like GCC that you commended, Siftec, who is here, ESA, have projects away from the industrial area. So maybe what I'll first do is ask all the subcontractors to stand up. GCC, all the subcontractors here, so that our local leaders can know you. Those are the people that have the opportunities. They are here so that you can see them, engage them, interact with them. They have projects outside this industrial area. So if indeed you have skilled children, if you have the CVs, please get their contacts. Most of them are happy to share their contacts, right? I don't think you refuse. Yes. This gentleman here from Hygiene Consults is an HR, a recruitment agency. So he recruits not only for the Tilenga project. He recruits for other businesses in Kampala, outside Uganda as well. Yes. In Sudan, Kenya, Tanzania, yes. Somalia. So the reason we made sure that all our subcontractors were here was so that you can engage them, interact with them. Yes, the food was fantastic, but I hope you are going to get time and get their contacts so that if indeed you have skilled children, people who are looking for jobs, they will be able to support you, okay? Lastly, I want to, please have a seat. Lastly, I want to thank the team that helped make this engagement possible. I wish they could all come here. Nancy, Brian, Maureen, Daniel, Sinopek, Matongo. Yes. Along with our hosts, HB Hotel. And lastly, Outcome Productions. This engagement, please. Outcome has been live streaming. Like our regulator said, this project is for the country. So we had to make sure that as much as we're hosting it here, people in other districts, people in Kampala are also viewing. So they have been viewing and listening. So if you did not listen to the opportunities and someone in Karamoja or Kampala listened and takes the opportunity from you, you cannot blame them. Okay? So, team, thank you for organizing this engagement. We are going to continue having them here. All our engagements have been in Kampala, but we have made a decision moving forward to have these engagements here. Let the people of Kampala come here, and we'll continue hosting them here, so that you can see, yes, so that you can clearly see our commitment to supporting this community, to supporting the project and the country at large. So I thank you, Afoyo, Mwebale Hoi. Yes, I'm learning. And I hope we're going to continue working together. Okay? If you have any more questions, we are not able to exhaust because of the time. Otherwise, we would have stayed here, and our brothers and sisters from Noya and Pakwach also have to travel back. And I want to also extend a special thanks to you. Thank you for coming. Noya is not near. I always avoid going there. I apologize. But Noya is far. But thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We'll continue to involve you moving forward. And yes, I hope we're going to continue working together. May God bless you all. We have a special thank you, a package for you while you are going out. The team is going to distribute it. So please make sure, please make sure you don't forget it. And one last request is that we have a group photo outside. So if we could, yes, after receiving the gift. No, let's do it first. Okay, so you're going to first sit for a few minutes. We're going to hand out the packages to you. And then once we're done, we'll go outside for a group photo. Thank you, everyone. God bless you.
Hati tujja kuhuluka in an organized way. Nche kusaba